Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 1 2. Hey there, hi there, ho there. This is Ralph Hayes Jr. RH Jr. Reality Check, coming to you live over the internet through a system of tubes known as the boob tube we call YouTube, bringing you another example of my litter on the information highway, Spleen Squeezins. Music provided by Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem. No, just kidding. It's an audience of one. We have an audience. Holy crap. Freak uni. Hey, how you doing? Hi there. It's 11 o'clock at night, precisely. Well, 10:59, but... well, this is about as precise as we're going to get. I said precisely, not accurately. Little tip for people. Precision means that you get all the arrows land close together. Accurate means that they land in the bullseye. That's the difference between precision and accuracy. Man, the stupid YouTube feed is futzing up again. I have no idea what it is. I feel like I'm in a bad relationship with a fussy woman. What do you want from me? Nothing. If you knew me better, you'd know. Okay, talking about the failure and collapse of our economy. Of course, that's what everybody's talking about. But the thing that finally motivated me, I want to go online more often. The thing that it seems like there's always something that I'm reading about, and I'm sitting here, I'm ranting to myself, and I'm like, why am I ranting to the thin air? I could be ranting into a microphone and, maybe earning imaginary YouTube dollars. And so I say, okay, and then I go online, and then I share it with you all. I got a little sore spot on my tongue. I think one of my I got a chipped front tooth. I think my tongue is resting against it, and I got a lot of missing teeth too. So, but where was I? Now, I danged well know I put on the randomizer. Why is it random? It's not randomizing. I didn't have the randomizer on. Fudge. I hate you, la la la. Otis McDonald. Bleh. Doug Maxwell, Baroque Coffee House. Looking down on the peasants. Okay. The thing that motivated me online tonight, other than my complete lack of productivity over the past several days, I mean, it's been awful. You wake up. It's morning, you get out of bed. By the time you get out of the shower, it's noon. and then you sit down in front of the computer and ding, it's 4 o'clock. And you're like, what the heck happened? Have you ever had days like... I've had that, I think it's becoming my new normal. I'm afraid of that. Well, anyway. Crusty front tooth. I got a chipped front tooth. One of my major front teeth is just half a tooth now, and it splits sideways. It's split long ways, so it feels really odd. And anyway, the thing that got me on is I posted on my forums is that basically, okay, looking at the coronavirus, looking at the lockdown, at the Wuhan virus. Yes, I said it. It's the Wuhan virus. It's the China virus. We're talking a China syndrome, literally. China did it. China did it. Yeah. Hear that, YouTube? That's your communist China inventory drying up. There goes your revenue. I hope you choke on it. Now, the thing of it is that with the thing with this whole Wuhan virus thing, is that is this lockdown, everything. It's terrible that it's happening, but I think part of what is happening is it needed to happen. It needed to happen. And on several different levels. Okay, first of all, thank God it was something. Everybody's going, well, it's such a minor virus. It's like the flu. So why are they locking everything? Well, thank God it's like just like the flu. Can you imagine what would be? Can you imagine what a catastrophe it would be if something really, I mean, this is awful. Now imagine something like the Spanish flu, making a resurgence, or one of the horrible diseases. That we haven't even discovered. Imagine that breaking loose. Consider this an emergency warm-up. Consider this test run number 1, and so it's to the good. As many people point out, it's a good thing that the first people. The first hackers on the net were just, script kiddies and just basically, pranksters and people pulling stupid shit. Because if it had been some, can you imagine what it would be like if we had never had a hacker, and then the Soviet Union got on the internet, or started, just boom out of nowhere, Russian virus, destroys the American economy, But, starting out with these stupid little pimple-faced twerps. I mean, these look like, have you ever seen a picture of them? These were kids that spent their entire high school careers, getting swirlies. So, well, thank God some of them, were bitter and resentful and childishly took it out on the internet on the rest of us with viruses, because, now we're prepared. We've, they were the preparatory phase. They prepared us for the age of cyber warfare, as the press heads like to call it. Well, in the same way, this Wuhan virus outbreak, it's been horrible. So many people have died. But fewer people have died from this virus than die annually from the flu. We have something. What was the last count? 16,000 people in the United States. Or no, wait, it was something like 16,000 in the worldwide who had died from this Wuhan virus. We have 60,000 people every year, die from the flu in the United States alone. And we still can't get any people, and we still can't get everybody to take the flu vaccine. I'll be honest, I don't get the annual flu vaccine. I don't. I probably start. I'm getting up in years, so I'm approaching the danger zone for people who have virus, low immunity and all that other crap. But I don't, because from what I've seen, it doesn't seem to be doing too much. Thousands and thousands of people go out and get the inoculations, the annual flu vaccine. And yet, then you turn around and boom, there's everybody with the flu. And I'm like, right. And I've heard too many cases of people who got the vaccine and then turn around and got the flu anyway. Yeah, it's a treadmill race. But I'm probably going to start, eventually, probably next year. Or this winter or something. Whenever they start bringing out the flu things. But, I mean, if they have to come out with a new vaccine every year, something tells me that the system for dealing with the flu is a little bit broken. But anyway, getting back on track. This Wuhan virus, this is the dry run. This is... now you got to realize something. Here's some scary facts, okay? the wet markets in China. These are horrible places. These really are. I've seen photographs, how they treat the animals. They have live animals there. That's why it's called a wet market, because they kill the animals right there, and they have to hose off the streets to get rid of the blood. Horrible unsanitary conditions, just for starters, and the animals are subjected to. They boil dogs alive there. Okay. These places are so awful that there are actual Chinese people going in and rescuing dogs from these things. I mean, this is like finding a New England fisherman who's rescuing lobsters. But and to top it all off, here's a nightmare scenario for you. There have been several cases over the past few years. The Chinese government has arrested several Chinese researchers, lab workers, who were taking lab animals and selling them on the wet market for food. They're supposed to take the animals and incinerate them. They're supposed to euthanize them and then incinerate the remains. But these people were taking animals, both live and dead, monkeys, mice, rats, and selling them. There was a guy, one guy in particular, made millions of dollars, American, selling lab animals to the wet market. Gee, I wonder how this virus came from. Think about all those festering things running around in your grocery store. It's a nightmare. It's horrifying. It's absolutely awful. And it's what's happening. And it's concurrent. It's going on right now. And I remember when people used to call you racist if you said that if you made a joke about the Chinese serving cat. The local Chinese restaurant serving cat. Oh, you racist! They're doing it right now. They do it right in the streets of China, and we're not talking back in the boonies either. We're talking in the middle, in the streets of major cities. This is a regular thing. You see, this is what happens when they're prosperous. They're prospering under capitalism so much that they're eating rats and bats and snakes and shit. You can't tell me that. But anyway, it's awful. This is a dry. This we can consider. We can thank God that it was a fairly minor disease, all things considered, instead of one of the more horrific ones they were working on in the labs that has gotten loose. And if we're smart, we'll be taking if there's anybody with an inkling of IQ in the government, they're taking notes right now and saying, okay, this worked, this didn't work, this worked, maybe this will work, this we just need to change this thing over here, and preparing for the next one. Food for thought. The last outbreak was exactly, you go, it's kind of creepy though. You go back, you look at the calendar. It's about every 100 years we have a plague pop up. I forget, was this a Spanish flu? Was the last one in 1920? Yeah, the Spanish flu. And you go back, it was the 1820s. I forget what it was in the 1920, 1820, 1720, 1620. I forget it was, it's just. These surging outbreaks seem to happen about once every century, almost like clockwork. It's kind of frightening. But another thing that's, I'm going with the principle, no cloud without a silver lining. You know what I'm saying? It's an ill wind that blows no good. This lockdown, this coronavirus, this lockdown in particular is doing us a favor. is doing us a large favor because it's killing off companies. And you're going, what? That's terrible. It's terrible. You're talking about them killing off companies. People are losing jobs, and businesses are failing, and corporations are going belly up. And I'm like, yes, the bad ones. There are a lot of innocent people getting caught in the backwash. There's no denying that. I mean, I don't blame the performers that work, on the streets of Disney World for the behavior of the Disney Corporation. And those poor souls, have got to be hurting. But let's break it down. I made the point on Facebook. This is what got me online in the first place. I made a point on Facebook. Hey, look at this. Ill wind that blows no good. This shutdown is causing a lot of companies, a lot of old, overbloated, and inflexible companies, are finally getting the struts pulled out from underneath them. And once they finally reaped the process of what they've sown, there'll be room for new growth and new companies to surface. Of course, I had the usual high intellect commentary. You're an idiot! Some guy comes on there. I'm not even going to quote his name. He's one of these people who are so clever. If you follow him back, I'm getting attention paid to me, so I'm not mentioning his name. Anyway, you're an idiot. We're having all these catastrophes because the government's taking away our choices. Because all these companies that provide us choices, and they're shutting them down, and now we haven't got any choices. I'm like, you moron. You what choices? What choices did you have before? You had a choice between whether your turd sandwich was going to be served on white or whole wheat. Look, it's not that, the government isn't. These companies aren't dying because the government is taking away our choices. These companies are dying because they never gave anybody a choice in the first place. It's the companies that gave nobody a choice that are dying off. You really don't think so? Think about it. Every movie that came out of Hollywood, pretty much the same. Banality, bleh. They stopped making movies and started making soapboxes. For their leftist wish list, and it sucked. And everything sucked, but people stayed away in droves, and they didn't seem to pick up a clue. They figured that they could soak up, the loss of 10,000 bad movies, as long as they produced a blockbuster every now and then, that people actually liked. They critically, that was the plan. Make 1,000 crappy movies that tooted their ideological horn, and jerked them off, aesthetically, but then they would, to pay for all that, they'd make one or two blockbusters that would make the world go round. This was the business model. Look, these companies did not provide us any choices. I mean, Disney. Think about it. Can you think of one industry that Disney didn't own? In Disney, you have all these corporations. We used to have hundreds of corporations, thousands of corporations. Now we're down to a few dozen because they were engulfing everything. Disney. They were turning into the entertainment monopoly. Disney bought up Lucasfilms, bought up Star Wars. Immediately turned it into a dumpster fire. They bought up Jim Henson. They bought up Marvel Comics. They bought up. There are thousands of other companies that they bought up that you don't even think. Movie companies and production companies, and they kept a throttle hold on Pixar. God only knows how or why Pixar didn't run as hard as they did. You know, it was terrible. And look at the results. They've been forcing the Kool-Aid down Pixar's throat so long. Finally, they're late. Pixar's latest production. It's bombed. It really has. The Pixar's latest project, Onward, which I admit looked interesting to me. I wanted to go see it. I wanted to watch it at home at least. But from what I told, it was very banal, very bland. It didn't have that Pixar spark anymore. And what's more, they apparently spent all the spare effort they had, the spare energy they had, on making one of the minor characters so blatantly gay that it stood out in neon. They managed to get the movie banned in 4 countries. Congratulations, Disney. Tell me, was 4 countries worth it? Anyway, they're willing. These companies gotten so vast, so huge, they figured that they were infallible, that they were untouchable. Disney was spending money left and right, gobbling up everything, and they were so arrogant that they thought that they didn't have to actually make good movies anymore. And they could let the loud, noisy ideologues use them as a soapbox. And the result was that they bought up Pixar, and Pixar is going downhill. They bought up Lucasfilm, and Star Wars has turned into a dumpster fire, as I keep saying. I just like that phrase, dumpster fire. It's so evocative and so accurate. And they bought up Jim Henson. And the sad thing is that when's the last time you saw a really good Jim Henson production? It's been at least a decade or longer. And their last couple of movies, just You watch the first Muppet movie, then watch the last one, and you could see that the magic is gone, the spark is out of them, bleached away by Disney Corporation. And what can you say? Well, anyway, now the thing of it is, look at what's happening now. What's happening? That you had no choice. Everything you wanted in entertainment is now mouse flavored. Sort of like a rancid cheese flavor. Anyway, And then and they were already in trouble. They were already in trouble financially. The new park expansions were bombing. The new movies were bombing. But they figured, hey, we'll just ride this out, like they always do. And then the coronavirus hit, and then the lockdown hit, and surprise, boom! They didn't have a plan B. They figured as long as they kept the gates to Disney World open, crowds would keep swarming through. Because, hey, let's face it. Once you get a herd moving, they're going to all move in the same direction. Just leave the gates open and moo. People would go to Disneyland no matter what, because, even in bad times, cash cow. But suddenly their business model, which basically... their business model is monstrously old-fashioned. It's based on the idea of forcing a large group of people into a very small area and then charging them for the privilege. That's your model for Well, it's the model for It's been the model since the Industrial Revolution, probably. It's been, to a lesser degree, get everybody into the marketplace. But the problem is that it's not, what I'm talking about is that these companies. Now, this is different. You could say, oh well, they've been doing this ever since, the introduction of the open markets, in medieval times. I'm like, no. You see, an open market is just that, an open market. And and people would come through and they would gather together, and you could move from stall to stall. The modern business model, for lack of a better term, is to get everybody into your building, away from everybody else, in large groups, and keep them there until they've spent all their money. Seriously, think about it. Think about your average Walmart. Your average Walmart is bigger than most European small villages. Seriously, you could fit an entire medieval village into a Walmart and have it rattle around. The idea was get everything. Provide almost everything they could possibly want. Put a big wall around it, and brand everything with the company name. The movie industry worked the same way. Get everybody to come together, squish together into a big theater, for your one film, or grocery stores. Get everybody to come together into a big building and buy their groceries from you. Most of these companies, if they were to try and work out of a booth in an old-fashioned open market, they wouldn't survive, because their products aren't really competitive. Not anymore, and their prices aren't that much better. But this is the shopping mall. If you think about it, was the rise and fall of the shopping mall. Could be considered a forerunner, or the canary in the cage for the cattle pen model of business, where you try and get the herds to come in off the street and herd them all into an enclosed space, and get them to just stay there and graze forever, making your money for you. I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear. I'm not sure if am I making myself clear? Am I making my point is that basically look what happened to the shopping mall. The shopping mall was a brilliant idea. Get all these people, build a big building, right? Make it nice, make it airy, make it air conditioned, make it climate controlled, and just let people stay there all day shopping. Until they'd spent all their money and were too tired and then went home. The concept of private audience business. Rather than being in an open marketplace, trying to yell and get all, trying to yell and wave your sign and fresh, trying to yell louder than everybody else to get the people's attention. Get them all into a building. Get them all to come into a building, so all they can hear is you. All they can see is you. All they can buy is you. And look what happened to shopping malls. People stopped coming. You could speculate for 1,000 different reasons why, but the end result is the same. They stopped coming. And across the fruited plain, shopping malls are like the dead, are like dead dinosaur carcasses scattered across the open plain. And this flu outbreak has basically resulted in the same thing. this Wuhan flu, if you want to call it that, this shutdown has resulted in the same thing. It's accelerated the decaying process of the mega mart and the big shop and the private audience shopping experience. How well, think, is the companies that were, you didn't, what this one guy was telling me I was dumb because this isn't helping us. This lockdown is taking away all our choices. You didn't have choices. You had corporations that were buying up everything, and the objective was obvious. Disney's objective in buying all these companies was basically so that no matter where you turned, you were shopping at Disney. Like that old joke, that joke in what was the name of that Sylvester Stallone movie? What was the name of that Sylvester Stallone movie where they froze him and brought him out of ice umpty years later? Well, I'm pretty sure you know the one to talk about it. But in the future, all restaurants were Taco Bell. Tell me again. Tell me again how the government took away. No, the government wasn't taking away our choices. It's restricted our ability to move about, but that only means is that it is forcing companies that never gave us any choices to collapse. Inflexible companies that will not grow or change with the times need to die. I'll bring this example up again. Here in my hometown, Marietta, dozens of restaurants, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least half a dozen different huge grocery stores from major chains, Big Eagle, Kroger's, Big Bear, and so on and so forth. We have Chinese restaurants and barbecue restaurants and all these but how many of these people deliver? None. The pizza places, not even all the pizza places deliver. That's pathetic. None of the Chinese restaurants deliver. The barbecue restaurant doesn't deliver. Barbecuity. They make good barbecue. I'll say that much. When I was able to stop by there and visit, it was pretty good barbecue. But none of the major chains, even though these chains are advertising everywhere else in the country, they're bragging about how we have curbside service. We also have delivery. No delivery service here in Marietta. Kroger's nationwide is bragging about how they have grocery to your home delivery. Walmart has home delivery in many areas, but not here. There are only a couple. There are a couple of pizza places that deliver in this area, and there's one grocery store that does home delivery. Now, all of a sudden, we've suddenly hit a bump. Whether you want to blame it on the government or on the virus or on under a number of things, we've hit a bump where where the standard business model of gathering large groups of people together in a room and selling them stuff isn't feasible anymore. Now, of all the grocery stores in this area, only one offers home delivery. Now, tell me, after this is all over, after the weeks and months of lockdown are over, who's going to be coming out of it smelling like roses? Heck, from what I've been already. Warren's IGA, they've had to, they only had the one truck. They've had to. The store manager has started having to do deliveries himself because their business is growing. It's not about the big versus the small. It's about it's about the flexible versus the inflexible. It's the slow versus the quick. For 20 years now, for at least 20 years, we have had systems in place that would have enabled most companies to conduct most of these offices. Everybody working there could do their job from home. There's no real reason for hundreds of people to be physically present in an office where all they do is take calls from one place and make calls to another. And get paper mailed to them and mail paper out. For decades, we have had the facilities in place for every single public school child to be homeschooled. By teleconference, we could just do it online. Imagine how much money that would save. Now that they're having to, but but these companies are having to be dragged, kicking and screaming, into last decade's advances. And now, surprise, surprise, these teachers are perfectly capable of conducting classes while at home. They can have a dozen different kids watching them on a webcam, and turning in their homework by email. So even if you wanted to insist, if you refused to accept the idea of homeschooling or private schooling or anything else, and you insisted the only proper way to be educated was by a public school system, surprise! You can do that at home too. This lockdown is forcing people to do what they should have done voluntarily 2 decades ago. Advance, progress, adapt, and become more flexible in how they conduct their business. It's forcing them to come up with a plan B on the fly. And the companies that can't are perishing. Disney has been around. It's just been how long? 3 weeks? 3 weeks? The reports are in. Disney has been going around borrowing. Currently, the count is they had to borrow $17 billion with a B, $17 billion after just being shut down for 2 weeks. They had to shut down their parks. They're laying off thousands and thousands and thousands of employees. They're stopping production on dozens of movies, which is really stupid. They keep forgetting what their bread and butter is one of their major problems as a company. They're having to do all sorts of things, trying to their company literally. They thought they thought that the Disneyland money machine was going to keep running nonstop, perpetual motion forever. And they had no plan for a disaster scenario. Of course, let's be fair. How many of us really do have a plan for disaster scenario? Those of us that do have plans for disaster scenarios are called paranoid preppers, or doomsday preppers, or survivalist nuts. We're called everything but being prepared. And me, I've got a couple of half-assed plans. If things really went south, I'd be dead. I'd be a statistic within an hour. You know it. I know it. Because my physical condition and my own poor life planning, life decisions. But even I am better prepared than the average person on the street is for things to go downhill. When things look like they're going to get bad, I stockpile some extra, I stockpile up some extra canned goods. I make sure that my shotgun is within available reach. I'm not laughing. I'm not joking. And, I try and take measures, where I can. the average person, they get word that things might get rough, and they go out and buy 10,000 rolls of toilet paper. It's just incapable of thought. No, what do I call this whole thing? This is not a 30-day free trial of socialism. If this was socialism, this is not even close to what socialism is like. This is a quarantine. This is a quarantine. And we've gone through it before. Look up the Spanish flu. Honestly. If it was socialism, they'd be confiscating. They wouldn't just be making you go home and miss work for a few weeks. They'd be confiscating your paycheck. They'd be checking your home and redistributing whatever goods, whatever staples you'd provided for yourself. The cluster schmuck up would be, beyond what you can even imagine. You're gonna have to go to Venezuela. You want a real picture of what socialism? You get a real 30-day socialism sample. Okay, 2 topics today. Eli and T-Mug, you said robots or AI, and My Hero Academia powers. Who can do what, and who can do with what, and what they should be doing. I'm not sure what you're asking. I've been stalled out on. I've got way too many fan fictions. I really hope that I do the fan fictions largely because they also generate traffic and maybe a couple of donations, on my Patreon and stuff like that. But I gotta tell you, the one I got is Deku the Warcrafted. It's basically it's basically a sequel to the Warcrafter, where sort of a little Lost Workshop scenario. Deku stumbles, Izuku stumbles across a little out of the way workshop, a little out of the way novelty shop, and he comes out the other side a paladin. And he goes to school, and he goes to UA, and his other classmates are having struggles, and he's like, hey, I went to this store down the road that has some really interesting merchandise. You ought to check them out, and gives them a card. And each one, my plan is that each of the characters, most of the characters, he's getting, his powers are basically he's a paladin from the in the World of Warcraft mode, but each of the other characters, each of the other students that goes there, I'm going to try and bridge them each with a different franchise. Thus far, there's been 3 students, counting Izuku, that have gone to the little the Lost Workshop. Izuku went, and he became a World of Warcraft paladin. I've had let's see. I had Manita go, and I've had Froppy, the frog girl, Sue, go. And I've had the invisible girl go as well, so it's four characters. No. He doesn't have an agent. Not like Bayleaf and the others. It's entirely, this. The idea is that this is the future. The Warcrafted, finished. This is in the future. The Warcrafted finished saving the day in Earthbet, and they decided on they made a new agreement. Now they're doing an entirely different thing, which is basically the little workshop that was the little shop that wasn't there yesterday. That meme. The idea is that that trope. The idea is that you've read a lot of these stories. Usually Twilight Zone or something like that. But the idea is that the protagonist stumbles across this little shop that wasn't there yesterday, and finds something nifty nifty or magical or supernatural that either solves all his problems or gives him some sort of karmic punishment. And the Lost Workshop. This is their new contract, basically. Their new thing is that they run one of those little shops that wasn't there yesterday. So anyway, I'm among the franchises that I'm, basically the idea is this is several years down the road, and they've been bopping around between universes, so to speak, and sometimes getting involved, sometimes just being the little lost shop, and helping out the heroes that are already there, that kind of thing, and read the story. You'll get the idea just from the decor as to where they've been. Now I'm thinking some of the franchises I'm going to tie into Deku the Warcraft. Okay, we've already got World of Warcraft. I'm going to introduce something from Pokemon, something from Avatar: The Last Airbender. What else did I have in mind? Let's see. Something from DC Comics, definitely. So on and so forth. And Sue and Manita's encounter with the Lost Workshop isn't over yet either. Okay, you're thinking about the Mind Control Kid? The Mind Control Kid, Hitoshi, I believe his name is. I don't want to say too much because he's going, there's going to be a run-in with him. That's going to be coming up soon in the next chapter of Coyote. Oh, Anthrozone Warrior, yeah. The basic plan is that, okay, it depends on whether you're the smallest amount of check that anybody's going to get is $1,200. They're either going to mail us a physical check, or they'll direct deposit it. I'm going to shoot for direct deposit. And these are going out, and these checks are going out to any household that makes, I forget how much, something like $75,000 or less. The checks will be for, either, I think $1,200 for a single person, $2,400 for married, and extra $500 per kid. Something like that. And, well, they got a breakdown. You just got to look it up on the IRS government site. I'm probably going to be, if when I do get the check, I'm probably going to be turning right around and mailing it right back to them as payment for my taxes. Either that, or I may just, I'll probably give it to my landlord instead. The landlord would appreciate it better. One of the two. Oh, Anthrazil, we've already got inflation, built-in inflationary tax. It's called fiat currency. The minimum wage and fiat currency both go hand in hand. So, don't, there's, what are you going to do about it? Run to the end of your chain and bark? I feel no guilt about getting this check. I don't. Because they have spent, every working day of my life, taking from me as a government and paying it back. The old joke about feeding grain to the sparrows by passing it through a horse first. Quite frankly, giving out this check, these checks, look, they spend. Let's put it this way. How many people in the United States? 60 million. 60 million times 1,200. They spent more than that on your average couple. Look, they spent more money than that buying the planes for the Blue Falcons, or whatever. What is the name of it? Not the Blue Falcons, the Blue Eagles, Blue Falcons, the Blue Angels. Don't know why the name skipped my brain. Think about that. They have 6 U.S. military pilots flying $6 billion jets just for display. Okay, this $1,000, this $1,000 or $2,000 check to everybody in the every tax if you're dependent on somebody else, if somebody else can declare you as a dependent, you're not getting a check. If you make more than a certain amount of money, you're not getting a check. So, it's not going to be exactly everybody. So, no. Considering what the government spends on a daily basis, the amount that would go into a check that's a check that size for every person, every working person in the United States, it literally would be a drop in the bucket of what they normally spend. Now, you got to understand, people do not have a real picture mentally. People do not have a real picture mentally of the difference between a million and a billion. Okay? Okay? Now, here, okay. Pick up a yardstick. Look at a yardstick. Do you have something near you that's about the length of a yardstick? Now look at that thing. Picture something. You got something that's about 3 feet long around you. That's a meter, just approximately a meter. Now let's pretend that 1 centimeter is $1,000. 1 centimeter, okay? 1 centimeter is $1,000. That means a 1 meter stick, a yardstick, would be $1 million. Now, lay that stick down and picture 1,000 sticks just like it, laid out in a row. That's 1 kilometer. That's 1 billion. Do you get what I'm saying now? Now do that 1,000 more times. That's a trillion. You start out in your home and you travel and you walk in a straight line for 1,000 kilometers. That would be $1 trillion if you were paid $1,000 per centimeter. Visualize that. Now understand. Let's see. Let me pull it out. How much does let's see, a B-2 bomber? The unit cost of a B-2 bomber produced from 1987 to 2000, $2.1 billion. That's 1 B-2 bomber. A B-1 bomber, they were the equivalent of 415 million. So let's put it this way. Let's see here. How many people? Population of America. The current population of America is 331 billion. Number of working Americans. Let's see. U.S. population. %31 of Americans will be expecting a stimulus check, so that's about 100 million people. 100 million people. $100 million people. I'm trying to get the calculator to pop up. Well, fully on it. I don't have to look at it. You got it right here. $300 billion will be payments to the average American citizen. 300 billion. And the U.S. annual budget is 3.8 trillion. So, 300 billion to 3.8 trillion. 4 trillion, 3.8, just say. The U.S. government spends $3.8 trillion a year. It spends about $12,000 per every man, woman, and child in the United States. So basically, the government is giving a dime out of every dollar it spends back to the American people. Once. One time. For 1 year. This is not even going to dent their budget. Took me a minute to dig up the math. Sweet merciful crap, you know. Going through my cans of Dr. Pepper like nobody's business. Have you ever sat down and tried to calculate whether a 6-pack of bottles or a 12-pack of cans has more soda in it? I did that. The 6-pack has more. By the way. Every can has 12 ounces. 12 times 12 is 144. Every bottle has 20 ounces. 20 ounces times 6. 120. No, that ain't right. Well, I was counting by math. You know, it's just if you spent the same amount, never mind. It'd take too long to explain the math. You're getting more soda per dollar. The way the sales been, you know, the sales leaflet went, you know. But let me some Dr. Pepper. These cans have actually gotten colder since I brought them in. I don't know. I saw some guy come up with a design for a can, a soda can that when you pulled the tab, a little chemical reaction went off and it auto chilled the soda. I'm like, that's a clever idea as long as you don't, you know, have an accident and puncture the can or something. I used to see somebody pulling the tab and poisoning themselves. Oh well, basically, you know what I've said. You know, between Terminator and Asteroid, I've talked about AI and you know the implications of it. If you're going to take it seriously, you know, if you're going to take it absolutely, you know, just you know, stone face seriously. I had one of the characters, Arms Master, thrash that concept out. Is basically. He pointed out the very obvious. He lives in a superhero world, so he's got a little more leeway to talk. You know, because, you know, they deal with truly weird crap all the time. He pointed out that when it comes to intelligence, you know, we have no, you know, that it should not matter. whether the mind you're speaking to is made of wet lumps of meat or chunks of silicon. It shouldn't matter. One of the basic tenets of moral philosophy is of rationalistic thinking is that you have to be assumed innocent, and, assumed both competent as an individual and innocent until proven guilty. A lot of paranoid people assume that a robot would go ballistic and destroy all humans, destroy all humans. It's old. It's tired. And the notion that robots would hate humanity and all this other stuff. It's old. It's tired, and it's not getting any better. And it's not based on anything we know about anything except we know about human beings. You can count on a human being to be a raging a-hole with no provocation, but that doesn't say anything about other types of intelligence that might be out there. So can we reconsider some things? You know what I'm saying? Even though we know human nature is fallen, we still work on the principle that all men are created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that those rights are not to be taken away without reasonable proof. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If an entity approaches us and demonstrates conclusively that it is intelligent and self-aware, it should be treated as such. The same as we automatically assume that every person that we meet on the street is not going to go psycho and stab us in the face. It's how we're able to conduct day-to-day civilization. The implicit trust, the social contract. And when we do meet somebody who demonstrates that they are a sociopath or a psychopath, we demand, if we are wise anyway, we demand solid proof, irrefutable evidence that's not, or at least evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's say that instead. That this person has breached the social contract and cannot be trusted. And yet we speak. I mean, look at what we do. We every single day we talk about creating new life. And yet, this is what we do. Human beings have been doing it every single day since the dawn of time. You know what I'm saying? Usually to a heavy disco beat. But every day of existence, all around the world, we bring new life into this world, and we assume, we take it as a given that any person we meet is moral, ethical, and civilized until they demonstrate otherwise. But we talk of conceiving life in silicon, and somehow, we're dumb enough to think all the rules change. Logic isn't really cold. Real logic isn't cold. I've talked about that. You remember the section in Tales of Space Ranger where I basically dumped all over the story, the cold equations. For those who don't know, there was ages ago a science fiction writer was commissioned to write a story. He wrote a story where it's called the cold equations. The idea was is that this girl try. Whoa, pardon. Whoa, that wasn't right. Whoa, beg your pardon. Now that I gave you a lifetime experience there, the idea was is that this space shuttle pilot has to make an emergency run to this planet. He has vital drugs on board that'll save people from a plague, and he discovers that a girl from the mothership sneaked aboard. Her brother is down on the planet, and she stowed away to get down to the planet to be with her brother. And the thing of it is that his ship, they had calculated only just enough fuel for him to reach the planet and land, and that was it. And her presence, just 100 kilos, 100 pounds or whatever just her weight alone was enough to throw the calculations off, so that he would not be able to land. He would crash, they would die, and burn up in the air, and the medicines and everything would be lost. And the whole story is him about realizing what this is, phoning and calling back to the ship, asking for some sort of solution, and nobody has a solution. And so he has no choice. He stuffs the girl in the airlock, and out dumps her into space. And I basically ripped that story. I'm not the first one. I'm not the only one that ripped that story a new butthole, because. First off, the guy that wrote it didn't even want it to end that way, because he said it was so stupid and contrived. But the editor at the time was a typical elitist edgelord, and wanted, I want the end where the girl dies, and he would keep sending the story back until the guy finally wrote it that way. And ever since then, people have done entire theses on just how wrong this. Let's put it this way, the big overarching point is that any spaceship that had such a narrow margin of error for its fuel content, for its fuel and for its weight and for all that. Any spaceship that had such a narrow margin of error would be unfit for use. Completely unfit. It was presented as the editor of the magazine presented, this is a story about how noble sentiments and crap can never beat against the cold numbers of space. It's, like I said, one of these self-important edgelords. And I beat on that story like a redheaded stepchild. First of all, I pointed out that any spaceship with such a narrow margin, a few hundred pounds, do you know just that small a margin? The ship itself would have to weigh in at a couple of tons. Her weight would be a fart on the windscreen. And the thing of it is the description of the guy, the ship was large enough, the shuttle was literally large enough for him to stand up and walk around in. And other writers have pointed out, couldn't he have thrown something out other than the girl? I mean, there had to be hatches and covers and all sorts of failing everything else, he could have thrown out parts of the emergency chair. It's just, no, it would have been that simple. One drastic writer pointed out that all he had to do was cut off. All he had to do was cut off a couple of limbs. If he cut off if he cut off his legs and cut off the girl's legs, that would be enough weight in total to pretty drastic. But considering that they probably had a toolbox they could throw out instead. And and the other argument was, well, his life support system wouldn't have handled two people. I'm like, a life support that can't handle at least two people is one you do not want in your spaceship. And they pointed out that how the hell did the girl get on board in the first place? One of the first things any pilot does on Earth does a front to back check of their plane, inside and out. They didn't even have a lock on the door. And basically it boils down to is that several people reviewed it come to in my version of the story, I basically presented it as a court case where the girl by sheer blind luck survived, because at the exact same time that the shuttle was chucking her out the back door, Quentin Quinn was flying by on a test run of his new ship and managed to pull her aboard in time to save her life. And she nearly died anyway. And so the whole case was a lawsuit against the company that built the ship and was flying it. Because it turned, they pointed out that the ship was, had such a terrifying zero margin of error, that it had insufficient fuel, it had insufficient life support, it had there was no they did not do a proper security check of the craft before it was launched, and etc., 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 etc. He pointed out, I was not the first writer to point this out. I was just basically cribbing notes off of another author who pointed out that for them to have a shuttle like this with such a pitifully narrow margin of error, engineering-wise, that they had enough problem with that it was part of the story that the Starliners were having problems with people hijacking the shuttlecraft. And so their solution was to give the pilots a gun. They gave the pilot a gun. That was severe, that was how severe the problem was. But they didn't bother to put a lock on the door. They didn't, and they didn't even bother with a standard, full point check before they launched the ship. So yeah, they got slammed hard in the story for negligence, criminal negligence. Well, exactly. It was supposed to be a shuttle. They gave them just enough fuel to get, the shuttle was being launched from a passing spaceship, a passing starship, and it was supposed to have just enough fuel to land on the planet in distress. You just read the back archives of Quentin Quinn Space Ranger. You'll get the coldest equation, and be above and beyond that. Quinn's part in it, he gave testimony. He shot down the pilot's excuse right there. He said, the guy said, "I had nothing I could do." He said, and Quinn looked him dead in the eye. "How much did the chair weigh?" He's like, you could have rigged up, failing all else, you could have ripped out the, if it came down to absolute desperation, you could have ripped out the chair, chucked it out the airlock, rigged up a harness from the safety mesh to bring the thing in for a landing. The crazy thing is that the ship was large enough to have artificial gravity, but it wasn't large enough to handle two people. Just like I said, and Quinn pointed out, there were dozens of things he could have done. But he wasn't trying to be a Monday morning quarterbacker, but the pilot's inflexibility of thought was what created the crisis. And it turned out in the story that the pilot, in my version of the story anyway, it turned out that the company, he was grossly undertrained. He was a little better than he was barely better than a bus driver. Basically speaking, he wasn't even properly trained in how to check over his aircraft. The company was basically shaving corners to meet government standards. This is something that has proven the cause of fatalities on our own highways. Back in the 70s, the government issued all these requirements that car companies had, fuel economy standards. Never you mind that the engineers said, "Wait a minute, we can't do this. We can only make a car engine so efficient, and we don't have the materials or the science yet to do this. And he said, "Do it anyway." And the result is that instead of making better cars, the car companies started making smaller ones, shaving the weight wherever they could, because a lighter car used less fuel. And the result is that car accidents and deaths on the highway went up, because the darn vehicles were death traps. They were roller skates. They were tinfoil boxes on wheels. Everybody, they kept making these puny cars. People don't need those. Every generation somebody tries to come out with these little mini super efficient vehicles. They don't realize is that people don't need little mini fuel efficient vehicles. The people that come up with these things come up with these designs think that everybody lives in a city less than a block away from their favorite shops. Do you know how much desperate trouble the average European vehicle would be in, once the blizzards hit in this country? See, here in America, directions to your house can include turn off the paved road. The average European or Japanese style rice box can't handle that. There's a reason that SUVs sold. There's a reason that family minivans and such sold. It's because we need it. We need room for the kids, the dog, and the groceries we just bought, and we need enough clearance to get over the curb when we have to turn off onto the gravel road. We got it's a lack of perspective. You got a lot of people that do this. They come up with these grand plans and brilliant ideas and never quite think them all the way through, because they think that their personal environment is the majority environment. You get somebody that lives in lives in L.A. or New York or Miami. They have no freaking clue what it's like to live in Ohio or West Virginia or any of the breadbasket states or any of the mountain states. They have no clue. They have no idea what the average driver has to deal with on a daily basis. The closest they come is these, dramatic sweeping car commercials that show some sleek sedan, cruising through the hills on perfectly paved roads. From a high sweeping aerial photo. No. They don't understand that for most people, a little bitty rice mobile, a little bitty one-person car, it's a farce. It's virtually useless. This was the problem with it. What was the name of that stupid thing? The two-wheeled chariot thing that came out a few years back, about a decade or so ago. The Yugo, not the Yugo, the personal mover, one-person mover. Oh, come on. Oh, great, it's jammed. Person mover, something. Yugo, the Wii, the Wingo, the Wing. They got stupid names for products anymore. There's a self-balancing thing. Segway! That was it. The guy that brought it out, thought he had Segway. It was originally going to be a personal transporter. The idea was it would revolutionize city living, I suppose. Okay. I looked at the stupid thing, and the first thought was, where are you going to put the groceries? This is again a reflection of the misunderstanding of the modern misunderstanding. For too long, for most of our history, getting anything done involved moving a person from place to place. Think about this. How does a store do? How does a typical traditional store do business? By getting lots of people to come into their building and buy and look around and buy stuff. How does a restaurant work? By getting a lot of people to come into a room and buy their food. How does and so many businesses have worked on this model for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands. However you want to look at it. But people haven't really grasped the fact yet that being biologically present isn't necessary for most of the things we do. There are millions of office buildings all over the world, and nearly everything that the people there do, they could do just as easily from home. The only person that actually physically has to be in an office building is the janitor. And he's only there because everybody else is. The janitor and the security guard. But most of the day-to-day business of a company, unless you are dealing with a physical product or property, the people that run. I was, the first time I got an internet service, it was a little bitty company right in my own town. I lived in South Charleston, West Virginia, and that's a small town. Charleston is a small city. Even though it's the capital of the state, it's pitifully small. And South Charleston is even smaller. And they had an office. My internet service provider was in an office that was barely bigger than the garage I lived over. And there were like 3 whole people in the place. And I suppose, I suppose they needed 2 of them for the servers. So what does that tell you? But the majority of people working in offices are doing, are there for no real material reason at all. Because all they do is, people send them paper. People send them paper, and now and it's reached a point. People literally sitting across the room from each other are sending most of their paperwork to each other as emails. And you can tell the difference between a boomer and a Gen Xer, between a boomer and between the younger generation, because the boomer's going, why didn't he just get up and hand him the paper? And the Gen Xer and the millennial and the Zoomer are all sitting there thinking, well, why doesn't he just stay home and email this stuff then? What the whole purpose of having an office building is to put 2 people artificially close together who could conduct all their business by email from opposite sides of the planet. And churches are throwing fits. They're preventing us from coming together to worship the Lord. Well, then do what the public schools are doing, you fools. Go online. Set up a camera in your, facing your pulpit. Get an internet connection. Go on YouTube, and go and live stream for all those poor people who are effectively shut in for their own safety. Like you should have been doing for your handicapped and your shut-ins and all the other people that instead of using modern technology to make both your lives easier, you make both your lives difficult, because instead of letting them commune with you online, you go and pester them at their home. They're already sick and they're shut in, and they got people going, boom, 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 boom. We're here to visit you in love of the Lord. And they're sitting there in their bathrobe feeling like absolute crap, and, and the house is a mess, and, oh yeah, you've made their day better. Mm-hmm. Why haven't you attended service? 'Cause my legs got chopped off in an industrial accident. Because I have a deadly plague which could infest everyone. Or better yet, because there's a deadly plague infesting everyone outside my front door. Do you think maybe you could have called? This is the problem with the older generation. The older generation sees a bunch of people looking down into a little screen and assumes that they're not paying attention. Or more accurately, the older generation assumes that the people staring down into the screen are not paying attention to them. Yes, I know it's 10,000 years of human development to look people more or less in the eye and to communicate to them face to face, and stand there and breathe on each other and swap your viral infestations with each other. For the sake of communing. But that made sense back when there was no way to communicate freely at a distance. That's changed. Adapt. If you cannot fellowship together, physically, then adapt. We should have faith in Jesus to protect us while we're here together. The Bible also says, do not tempt the Lord. And gathering in a room full of 100 sweaty people in the middle of April, coughing, sneezing, and hacking all over the place, that's pretty much tempting him. Because I'll tell you what God will do. He'll do what he does at Vegas. You never seen more people praying for God and Jesus and God and Jesus and Buddha and whoever else they can think of to intervene on their behalf. God will do the same thing. He'll say the same thing that he says for everybody in Vegas. Bust everybody. I had back when I was in college age, dum-dum. I was working in a summer camp. I worked at a Bible summer camp down in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And on the weekends we would during the week we would work at the camp, and over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'd go home. We'd go back to the dormitories in the Tennessee Temple University campus, and spend the weekend there. And one of our dumb butt one of our other dumb butt counselors, that boy had problems. He said, he found out that there was going to be a gay pride march that weekend, and he said he was going to go out and preach. He was going to stand out on a street corner and pass out leaflets and preach the message of the Lord. And everybody there, good night, because you do not want to imagine what those people would do to him if they got their hands on him. This was the equivalent of going out with a bucket of paint to a hell. This would be the equivalent of an animal rights activist going out with a bucket of paint and a gleam in their eye to a convention of leather-clad bikers. I'm sorry, I could show you footage and camera and photographs from some of these pride marches. There's no pride involved. There's nothing resembling human dignity to be found in these things. And let's put it this way: I could not show you the photos. I could show you the photos right now, but this video would be banned in pretty much every country if I did. Even the censored photographs would not get passed. That's nasty and that horrifying. And they showed it. They got the photographs to show people out on the street, right in front of women and children and everything, and God and country and everything, doing things that you normally associated with being incinerated by a bolt of lightning. And proud of it. And we aren't even going to go into the kind of violence and rather horrifying sex crimes that occurred around the perimeter of these things. But this boy was going to go out there, on his lonesome or with one of his friends, and hand out Bibles. Don't you trust in Jesus? And I said, I trust in Jesus. I trust in Jesus to let you reap the consequences of what you get up to. God, the old saying is God protects fools and little children, but that's not a recruitment drive. He's got all the fools he needs. He doesn't need an extra one. We finally persuaded him to not do anything that stupid because it would get him in trouble with the people in charge of the camp. Good night. No grasp of the obvious. Oh, mercy. All these people that come up with plans to change the world, they don't understand, they don't think about it, they don't consider the backlash. There's always backlash. No matter how innocuous what you're trying to do is, no matter how justified it is, no matter how righteous it is, no matter how profitable or prosperous, or no matter how good of an idea it is, there's always some jackass who's going to get in the way. These little electric scooters, the Segway and the balancing, and the regular scooters and the mini motorized scooters. I bought one of those things. I had to mail order the darn thing. It was $400. I was like, this was back when I was skinny enough to ride one of these things, and it was a little sit-down scooter, and it ran on a little diesel motor, real little motor, and I needed a way to get around town. This was when I was living in South Charleston again, and not a week after I had ordered the dang thing, City Hall, bunch of nervous Nellies and militant granny types got together and banned them on all the streets in Charleston. All the streets, all the sidewalks, everywhere. Why? Because they were afraid some child would ride down one of the freeways on it. Now, I would like to point out to you that we already had laws against children being on motorized vehicles on the roads. These were not little children's toys either. They were made for grown adults. But no, that didn't matter. It didn't matter to them that they were just screwing up. There was a store there that was selling them, front window. It didn't matter. Didn't matter that they were wrecking his business. Didn't matter that they were inconveniencing thousands of people, and you saw the same thing over in California. They banned them. Their emissions are too high. Oh, let's see, a little scooter with a teeny tiny little chainsaw motor on it versus a V8 engine. Yeah, emissions would be a real problem there. And you saw this kickback, and eventually nobody would You can't find a place anywhere where you can ride these things. Even the battery-powered ones, they just don't want, boomers again. I'm going to die blaming everything on boomers, that. And I'll be right 90% of the time. You got these cranky old people who got mad about these things. Ignorant, and they went, we don't know nothing about these, we're going to make a law against them anyway. And so there I was, and I ended up basically selling the thing to my landlord. Gave it to him in exchange for, partial payment on my rent. Because I couldn't do anything else with it. It was nothing but a lawn ornament. Even if things like the Segway were feasible, you'd have a bunch of tumblewits getting together, passing laws against them for our own good, of course. Do I want to try for voice chat today? No. I'll be honest. I don't want to. I don't want to trouble you. Every time it messes up my transmission. I have enough trouble maintaining an excellent connection as it is. If I try and hook up, my phone runs through my internet. So if you try and call me and voice chat me, it's just basically doubling the load. Doesn't work. Well, I mean, it works, but it would bog down my computer to the point that I wouldn't be able to transmit. I'm working off a computer that's about 5-6 years old. It's not prehistoric yet. It's not humming the Flintstones theme song yet, but it's getting there. So, I've got to play it safe. It says it's a good computer. I suppose it's a good computer. It's a pretty good computer. A couple of the USB ports are broken though. It's got a lot of USB ports. Everybody has, you get a computer, it's like 50% USB ports by weight. But the two main ones in the front are broken. Don't know what I did to it. I probably, bent a plug in them or something, and that pretty much did it. So I can't plug in. I can't. I got most everything plugged in. Most everything, but not everything. I think I got. I don't know. Do I have something? Well, I don't have any. It's just. I'm like. Plug it. I don't even know. I've got an expansion thingy. I've got an expansion thing, but the expansion thingy doesn't work, and I think I damaged it too. I don't know, because it doesn't work. It just, plug it in and nothing. It doesn't hook up. 4-port ultra slim USB 3.0 data hub. I probably need a higher 0.0 or something. I don't know. I don't know the scientific terms for these things. I'm one of those plug it in and it goes kind of people. I got a vacuum cleaner that's sitting here. I haven't changed the bag since the 1990s. Well, not that long, but I haven't had it that long. But I haven't swept these floors. I haven't vacuumed. I never vacuum. Not in years. Be kind of pointless because really, if I could, I would hire somebody with a dump. Bring in a dumpster and just start hauling stuff out again. Just haul it all out. Haul all this crap out. Get all this garbage out of here and all this trash. Get everything out of here. Just, woof. Of course, then I'd find out 5 minutes later that they threw away something that, it's worth $10,000 in the collector's aisle, But anyway. Well, Eli and T-Mug, if you want to know what they look like, watch the anime. You can watch it on Crunchyroll. All 4 seasons are up. There is much kicking of buttock in the show. Yeah, All Might is, when he poops out, he's the latest he's lost his power. He finally lost the last of his power by the end of season, well before the end of season 4. And so he's basically skeletal all the time. He can still, swell up into his buff form, but only for a few seconds at a time. He's retired. I really need to, okay. You know what? I'm sitting here going, wow, have I got a lot of caffeine running through my system. Hooray! I'm so tanked on caffeine and sugar. I've got so much. I haven't done anything in days. I'll come in here. I'm not lying. I will get up when I get up, or if I find myself falling asleep, and I fell asleep on Monday once, and I woke up. It was Wednesday. This is how bad it is. Just no moderation, no self-control, no. Crazy, messed up. Let's see, kind of pictures. Memes for show. Birth certificate. There's a copy of my birth certificate. Yay! Glad I made a copy of that. Oh, come on. Let's see, bomb. Coffee cup commissions. Omega Dragon. Ashido. Coyote. Here we go. I've got commissions out the wing wong. I really do. As always, I have no focus. I'm either exhausted or I'm just, attention deficit squirrel. All the time anymore, and it's starting to run. It's starting to affect my morale, to say the least. Okay. I need to, not commissions. Okay, I need documents. Okay, I need to make a new folder here. I got some images I gotta compile. Let's see. Okay. Darn it. My computer just black screened. Ah, come on, computer. There we go. Little sketch ideas I'm trying to put all in one folder. Let's see if I can find that other picture I was working on earlier. I hope I didn't. I'm trying to find a My Hero Academia sketch I was working on. Fiddling with, actually. Pardon. Gassy. Oh, come on. Stupid thing. Where did I manage to put it this time? I think I made duplicates. Did I put this on the desktop by mistake? Okay, let's see what he says. My ebooks, my fan art. Oh, check this out, check this out, check this out. I got this ages ago. This is for a fan fiction. This was done by a fan of mine for a fiction that I haven't touched in ages. I really wish, I've got a half-assed idea for the next chapter just floating around in my head, but but I really need to work with. Too many things. I have nothing but time on my hands, and I can't make proper use of my time. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Window capture. Here we go. That's not it. Here we go. This is a picture from the audience. It's something of a self-insert story. Where I ended up in Equestria. Or a character with a great number of similarities to yours truly. Except, classy, dignified, and, competent. This is the audience. It's on Archive of Our Own. So I started. I really, I really gotta, I don't know. What is the best approach to my life? I don't know. Every time I try to start on something, I've got some like I'm like a ferret on coffee beans. So many things. I think. Even though the things that I do, even though the fanfics, they don't actually directly generate an income for me, and I have so many other things that do and that I've been paid to do. But at the same time, I feel obligated to the people, to the audiences of the stories that I've already half written. How much attention should I pay to that? Because the people that I write fan fictions for, they occasionally do make donations and pledges and stuff, and they're the ones that come over and say, "Oh, what's this other stuff that he does?" And I don't know. And maybe just getting into the habit of rigorously working on everything I have, regardless, would be a good start. Would get me somewhere. Can you forgive me for thinking that? Can you pardon me for thinking, even if it meant, I'm thinking that, my the crudest, most rudimentary plan I can come up with is to sit down and go 1 hour each. I've got so many unfinished things, so many. And if I, no matter what they are, whether they're paying or not, whether they just audience interest or commission, just go 1 hour each, and just spend 8-10 hours a day, just boom, 8 hours a day, boom, 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 until I've done one of everything, one chapter of every story, and one one drawing of every commission, and just hey, I can't seem to make a plan and stick to it. I would give anything to be able to go back to when I was a child and start over. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Only a fool doesn't say, yes, I would like an extra life. Yeah, I would like a do-over. I would like a second shot at getting this right. I've never developed the rigorous habits necessary for proper success. Oh, you pictured you pictured Eraserhead as being bright yellow and being covered with caution tape. Yeah, yeah. Unless you know the show. Okay. Let me do it. Let me see. Now I've said this before. Well, anyway, this drawing here, it was done by a fan by the name of Blue Woad. This is a picture of the main six, and our hero Arthur Arcturus and his chainsaw. You have to read the story to know the gag about the chainsaw. Because Discord made the mistake of trying to attack him, trying to harass him in the dream world. And let's just say that Discord was really not prepared for the carnal violence inherent in the sons of Adam. Yeah, in my story, Discord essentially is put on a bus and then blown up. He dies, basically. Though we don't use the D word. But anyway. I really have to Okay. Okay, let's see. Eraserhead. Okay, for those of you who are wondering what Eraserhead from My Hero Academia looks like, let me see here. And window capture. That is Eraserhead, or a picture of him in fighting action. That super long, those bandages around his neck, the super long scarf, it's a capture weapon. He can control it, wrap people up in it, tie them up. How? It's not certain. It's never said. Anyway, that's Eraserhead or Aizawa. Now, Coyote insulted him by saying he looked like Russell Brand with a hangover. There you go. Russell Brand, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I've said this for years. I've said this ever since the movie came out. Ever since the Prisoner of Azkaban movie came out, I've been saying for years, they should have had Russell Brand playing Sirius. Because Russell Brand's he's a stand-up comedian. He's got a very counterculture sort of sense of humor, and that's him. He just looks. The first time I read a description of Sirius, I thought basically Russell Brand with 50 pounds missing. Tell me he doesn't look like he would make a great Sirius. Great Sirius Black. Come on. There we go. He'd also make a pretty good live-action Eraserhead. Pictures, Riley Coyote. Here we go. Was looking for everybody keeps telling me that when they read my story Coyote, they keep picturing Riley as looking like Wile E. Coyote, and I'm like, no, the joke is going too far with that. He doesn't look like that. He does not look like that. It's not a tumor. He does not look like the Coyote from the cartoons. So instead of working on one of the 10,000 things I should be working, I'm going to spend some time drawing this. Why? I don't know. I don't know why I do anything anymore. I really don't. I just don't know myself. I don't understand myself. I can't control myself. This action pose is basically Riley when he's getting seriously serious. And he's a lot like Peter Parker. You don't want to see him when he's serious. There's a fiction I'm following. It's called Friendly Foreign Exchange Student Spider-Man. It's basically the MCU Spider-Man, the young Peter Parker from the Marvel movies. when Thanos snaps his fingers, Peter Parker dies, and he gets reincarnated. Boom! Right in the middle of Japan, in the My Hero Academia universe, and he ends up becoming the ward of Mount Lady and a student at UA. And he drives. Aizawa can't stand him because Aizawa doesn't. Nobody. Only like half, like 4 or 5 people know Peter Parker's real story. That he had been been in a war, basically. And they had lost fighting a monster, a mad god from outer space that was going to kill everybody in the world, and they had lost. They don't know his past. They don't know him about being the Spider-Man back in his home world. And they don't understand. The kid's got like epic levels of PTSD. But Aizawa's problem is that he doesn't take anything seriously. Because he does the Peter Parker thing. Joking, quipping, and Peter Parker, Spider-Man. And he doesn't get that the reason Peter Parker does this is, one, to rattle his enemies, two, to control his own fear. And the first several chapters, he's constantly pissed off because Peter Parker doesn't look like he's taking anything seriously. He seemingly jokes and clowns his way through the admissions exam, and and all the tests and everything they do, and it drives Aizawa up the wall because he thinks that Peter Parker, because he's joking around, is that he's half-assing it. And he keeps wishing that Peter Parker would, get his act together and take things seriously. And then the sports festival comes along, and Bakugo, being Bakugo, has, Peter Parker already hates him on sight because Bakugo's, a blatantly obvious bully. And it infuriates Peter that the school lets Bakugo get away with what he does. And he's really upset on behalf of Izuku and all the other victims of this jackass. And then Bakugo makes the pretty much terminal mistake of telling Peter Parker that real heroes don't lose. And he basically calls all the Avengers who died losers. He doesn't know about the Avengers, and this just flips a switch in Peter, and Peter literally comes within a hair of killing him in the final tournament. And Aizawa has a really major, be careful what you wish for moment, because he'd just gotten a look at what things look like when Peter Parker takes things seriously, as Aizawa would have him. Well, to some extent, Riley is the same way. He's as has already been revealed in the story, Riley Uh, if he thinks that he's caused somebody to bleed, if he punches somebody and they get a bloody nose or a bloody lip, uh, he loses all the starch, all his starch. He just he doesn't deal with it well. It's a psychological block for him because he doesn't want to hurt. He's in part because he doesn't want to hurt people. He wants to make them laugh. He wants to make them happy. He wants to, you know, and especially since he was a child, you know, he's a coyote boy. He's got claws. He's got fangs. And as a little kid, tussling around, even just ordinary roughhousing, he could accidentally, scratch somebody up or hurt them. And a couple of childhood playground accidents, you know, sort of left him with a neurosis about that. But also, deep down, he knows he has a mean streak. He tries to sublimate it in humor. Because let's face it, humor has a mean streak. He knows that if he let himself go, he could be a horrible person. A cruel sadist. And so this he tries to cling. He clings very hard to being, the class clown and being, trying to keep what he is, harmless humor. If he ever confronts somebody that will push him too far, and he will, considering the kind of villains that they face in My Hero Academia, he's going to show a side that'll scare the absolute crap out of people. He already showed a bit of it in the combat trials. The internet's being a bitch today. Probably should draw two separate pictures instead of trying to make two overlapping ones. Probably do that. Now, one of the things that's going to crop up eventually is that part of the reason that they moved from America to Japan is that family issues. Actually, his parents are from two different Indian tribes. I haven't decided which Native American tribes they're from, but they both, have coyote in their folklore. And the tribal elders are half convinced. Ever since Coyote was born, they've been half convinced that Coyote is that Riley is the Coyote reborn. And they're trying to constantly pushing Riley's parents, to help raise him as being a symbol for the Native American people, etc., etc. And so they came all the way to Japan to try and get out from under that nonsense. And in their eyes, then that's nonsense. And well, shaking off family isn't always that easy. Oh, come on, computer. If you don't think that sort of thing could happen today, I submit to you, it wasn't all that long ago that the Native American tribes here in the United States basically flipped their lids because a albino it's in several different Native American religions. I believe it's called the Tatanka. Story of the White Bulls. Particularly in the Lakota tribe. Anyway, they had a birth of an albino buffalo in and well, basically, epic, epic religious, uproar over that. Of course, the thing of it is that the legends say that I forget what it is. The legends say it's supposed to be it was the wrong gender. I forget whether it was supposed to be a male and it was a girl, or it was supposed to be female and it was male. One of the two. You're probably wondering why I went with this poster. I need to figure out what kind of clothes he'd be wearing for this situation. I want to get the concept across that this isn't, he isn't goofy or weird or goofy clownish looking. He pulls it off, but you strip away the clownish props and everything. He's basically a werewolf. A slimmed down one, not nearly as bulky or beefy as most of them, but he is a werebeast, if you will, in appearance. He's a lot like the mythical Cody in that regard. The mythical coyote was not cute, cuddly kitty entertainment. He could be quite serious, depending upon the mythology and what tribe you were talking to. Among other things, he was supposed to have. One of the myths is that Coyote introduced humanity to death. Real bundle of laughs. I've had a few people complaining. I made him a Mary Sue. Blah, blah, blah. Made him overpowered. That his power. He's basically got Momo's power, only better. Well, let's just go with ordinary gym shorts, I guess. Sort of short up on ideas at the moment for anything else. Could have him in a loincloth, but, no. I'd be pushing it a little, I think. in the battle with Chisaki. He's probably going to end up stripped down like this. Because after what happened to Eri, he's not going to be in a playful mood. Yeah. In Coyote, is All Might going to try and fix Mr. Hands? The guy with the hands that, well, yeah, he is Nanasi's kid, but he's gone. Let's face it, the guy is he's a full-grown adult, and he's a total bug nuts psychopathic killer with a few dozen murders under his belt, at least. So I don't think so. I don't see that in the offing. From what I've heard about the upcoming chapters, the manga is several miles ahead of the anime, story-wise. So. Probably not. I think there's going to be a pretty tragic end for Shigaraki. I'm going to be forever finding all little gaps and spaces in the lines. That's the downside of using this style, is it leaves more gaps to correct. Computer wants to restart. There's apparently been an update. That's probably what's causing half the problems. Another one of Microsoft's endless fixes. I swear, that company, think about it, if one man points, I remember reading one guy pointed out that never in the history of product development and product legality has there ever been, a product quite like computer software. Is that if any other company tried to get away with what a software company or gets, practices on a regular basis, these end user license agreements, where you basically agree that you're not going to sue the company if their product fails to work properly, or if it destroys your computer or other personal property. No company in the world, no product in the world, no other product in the world would get away with that. But computer software companies do, and it's not a laughing matter either. It's not a laughing matter at all, because there have been cases of innate software errors killing people. The first example the guy gave was a software glitch in a radiation machine, the machine they use for giving people radiation treatments for cancer. They had several patients. Something went wrong. The computer glitched and overexposed them to radiation. Basically, they died. They died of radiation poisoning. And they had to take everything apart, try and figure out why. And it turned out to be a software error. There was a mistake in the programming that if you pushed two of the buttons on the control panels in just the wrong sequence, it would lock the shutters open completely. Just dilate there to just blast the target with 100% full on blast of radiation, and it killed several people. But does that give you does it give you a sort of a appreciation for the fact of what these software companies get away with? And think about it. They create a product that you do not expect to work right when you get it, and they are having to constantly, if they're feeling benevolent, they'll create patches and repairs and and maybe give you a key to download it online. Here, we're selling you a car. It doesn't run,
But in a few weeks, it doesn't run properly, and in a few weeks we'll come out with an extra part you need. Oh, by the way, it might malfunction and kill your whole family. But hey, you signed an agreement.
Think about that. And yet the law treats it as if it was a little more than an academic exercise to talk about these things. Yeah, I figured most people would expect me to draw a picture of him standing there all posing in his goofy zoot suit, and I want to get a different idea across about him. Well, most people don't understand that. Most people have heard this, but I don't think they really, you know, feel it down their, in their gut or down to their toes. They don't really um, grok onto it. That people who tend to be jesters and class clowns and the comedic life of the party. A lot of times they're deeply hurting. How was it that Robin Williams put it. They act this way because they don't want anybody to ever feel the way they did. You know, lonely people, sad people tend to be. I'm paraphrasing it. They tend to joke and laugh and party because they don't want anybody else to feel the way they did. I'm not quite sure what color his oobleck should be. You know, as a base, I picture it mentally as starting out as plain blank white because that's how I picture. When an artist or cartoonist works, you start out with a blank white page. Let's see. Special effects. Here we go. DV leaves, sand clouds, massive rocks. I have no idea what that is. Stop that. Just running amok with... Don't do that. I used to have a Kirby Dots brush. Got lots of leaves and plants. Where did I get them all? I've got all sorts of zippers and chains and lines and ropes and nifty little couple of different kinds of way of drawing fishnets. I love my Manga Studio 5 as a gift from a fan, and I've loved it ever since I got it. What infuriates me though is that they don't make the program anymore. I forget what they call it now, but now it's basically a commission. It's a subscription. You buy the program and then you subscribe to their service, and otherwise your program's useless. They have all these, an entire community of people that create brushes and special effects and things, but only for the subscription service. It's just rampant dickery. they're pushing for this hard. They're pushing for the evil little. The evil little shits are pushing for this as hard in this. The evil little shits in this industry are pushing for this as hard as they can to move us all over to where we're no longer, we no longer buy products. We subscribe to services. That way, it'll be a little bit cheaper at first. And it'll be a lot more convenient at first. And then, suddenly, they'll have us all about the short hairs. This is the way they're trying to treat the the whole jailbreaking of phones came about because Apple basically wanted to treat their phones like it was a service you were renting rather than a product you bought. And they're having the same problem with Elon Musk. Elon Musk, you've done great things, but you should be utterly ashamed of what you're doing with your vehicles. Because Elon Musk, their company, they've gone over to they're treating it like a subscription service. Basically, if you buy one of their groovy little electric cars, you can get it has an onboard computer. You can get all sorts of features on it. Features, some of which are necessary for the functioning of the car. But if you resell your vehicle, they delete the program. Home base deletes all those programs from the system. They don't even do that with a desktop computer. If you give somebody else a desktop computer, and the hard drive is full of programs, those are yours, They don't, the company. What basically it is that all these companies, the greedy man horse, they want to be paid twice for the same thing. You see, imagine a restaurant that wanted you to pay for eating the food and then to pay them again when you shit it back out. They want to be paid over and over again for the same product. Now, this is one of the things about being an artist, is that your intellectual property is supposed to remain yours, but only for a limited time. Originally, a copyright only lasted 15 years. Copyright in America only lasted 15 years. Because that was regarded as a reasonable amount of time to make a reasonable living, a reasonable amount of money off of the product. And then it was to go into the public domain, where other people could take the idea, innovate with it, create with it, make something new out of it. Yes. But now we've pushed copyright so far. Intellectual property rights, corporations have pushed it back so far. Disney in particular, you whore of a mouse. Disney in particular has pushed copyright. Steamboat Willie, the first animated feature with Mickey Mouse, should have lapsed into the public domain approximately 5 times since it was created. But every year, they push and push and push and push push that copyright lapse back a little further and a little further and a little further. And the end result is that now copyright lasts 75 years after the original creator dies. This is where you have all this batshit insanity, like Michael Jackson's, legacy. Michael Jackson, I don't know if his estate still owns it, But Michael Jackson at one point owned most of the Beatles' discography. Holy crap. And you got the whole thing with Disney. It's always the mouse. The mouse is a man whore. Uh, Disney screwing the family of the original author of Winnie the Pooh out of millions of dollars. Apparently somebody traded the copyright, and then they traded it again, and apparently the family didn't actually agree to that. It was back and forth, both, and the estate of A.A. Milne has been fighting with Disney for decades. And you see what Disney does is, you've seen how you think it's cute that they take old fairy tales and make them into Disney movies, whoop-de-doo. But the thing of it is that when they do that, they basically get their pasty white fingerprints all over it. And from then on, anybody who makes anything based off those old folktales has to desperately struggle not to wander over into Mickey Mouse's poached territory, copyright speaking wise. We don't have any, there hasn't been a song published in the United States that's entered the public domain since the 1920s. We live in a world where a corporation owns the song Happy Birthday. Seriously, you cannot sing Happy Birthday without paying a copyright fee now. It's insane. And I'm a creator. I'm a content creator, and just what the fuck? OMG, WTF, BBQ. Yes. For the life of me, I can't find that particular brush. A buttload of vines. Found all sorts of stuff. Brush leaves, flowers, plants. Kirby dots. You didn't think he'd keep all his inspirations strictly to Warner Brothers, did you? Oh man, I forget. There was one art. There was one inker. Fans of Kirby absolutely hate his guts because he basically he ruined some of Kirby's greatest work. Jack Kirby would turn in these beautifully illustrated penciled pages, tons of detail and background characters and all sorts of just beautiful work. And this inker, they hired him basically because he was a machine and they kept him, and Marvel kept him because he could crank the pages out, chunk 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 chunk. Just an absolute machine, art wise. And he would do things like erase details from Kirby's work, lose entire backgrounds, quote unquote, just turn them into a plain blank slate. He'd turn detailed people standing in the background into silhouettes, and all sorts of crap like that. It would just diminish the work monstrously, and all we have, they have copies of Kirby's original pencil work to compare to this guy's work, and it's obvious he was a hack. He was a hack. I picked up this one. I picked up this one fan fiction I've been reading, Warren fan fiction. Uh, I'm following it just because, basically, I've reached a point where I'm only following it because I want to see what happens, how it ends. Because whoever's writing this, I don't know. The initial premise is that Taylor, Taylor ends up with different powers. She ends up with Skidmark's power, basically. If you follow Worm, you know who Skidmark is. He's the drug kingpin of Brockton Bay. He's a complete foul mouthed skank, and his power is that he can lay down go faster strips. Those little squares in Mario Kart. And if you run your car over them, you go faster. Zoom. He can lay those down on any surface. And basically, if he wasn't a half-stoned idiot, he would be unbelievably powerful. And in this story, Taylor Hebert is, she's a smart girl, and she quickly figures out how to use his power in increasingly more effective ways. The thing of it is that the story, it'll go on for 2 or 3 chapters, and fairly normal story. But the next thing you know, is, every 4 or 5 chapters, it's like the writer goes batshit insane, snorts a couple of pounds of cocaine, and then writes a chapter. And you're saying, what the fuck? What the fuck? What does it? What, this doesn't make any. And you just, and then she spends and then the author spends 4 or 5 chapters trying to make the garbled, incoherent, acid trip mess that she wrote in one chapter make sense. And then she takes another hit of crack, and away we go again. Well, I'm assuming it's a she. I don't know why I'm assuming that the author is a she. Something about the writing style just says, female author to me. I don't know why. Don't ask me. I don't claim that my stereotypes make sense. I just say that they're there. That's the assumption I'm going to go with. That what I'm doing here. This is Riley. I'm going to go with the basic assumption that his oobleck comes out. It's in basic black and basic white, and that he changes its color as he shapes it. Of course, it's also a great excuse to use Kirby dots. Here, let me show you what I mean by Kirby dots. Here, let me see. Kirby dots, Kirby dots. Kirby loved his dots. He did them in black and white. He did them in color. He did them everywhere. All over the frickin' place. Okay, let's see here. Kirby dots. It was also called Kirby dots. It was called Kirby crackle. Every artist since Kirby has pilfered those. So if you're looking at a comic book page and notice that it seems extremely polka dotted, Kirby dots, Kirby blotches, and more Kirby dots. How exciting! Oh, look, a Kirby Crackle brush. Should I bother getting it? Nah. I'll look it up later. Riley Cody going Jack Kirby on somebody's ass. Yep, Kirby dots. Because Jack Kirby, a legendary Marvel artist, who used the polka dot thing all over the frickin' place. The man, the myth, the legend. The eye strain. Yeah, this is a picture of Riley Coyote from my fan fiction Coyote. Everybody keeps picturing it. I keep getting told that, oh, I picture him as looking like Wile E. Coyote from Warner Brothers. And I'm like, no, that is so not him. It's so not him. This is him. Oop, well, just what did it switch? What is it doing? I know not what it does. Wow, we are getting some serious lag here. This is like, oh my lord, this is gonna be like 4 or 5 minutes lag. Good, I'm watching the images going out right now, and they're like. Yeah, my Windows update thingy apparently picks. It's apparently set, lowest hours of use or something like that. I'm like, good luck figuring that out. I can't even figure out when I'm not online. Jack Kirby. Not Kirby, the cartoon character from Ah! You people, you're killing me. You're killing me. Kirby from the video game. Oh, good. Oh yes, of course. This is who I'm going to credit a particular artistic method to. A little round pink blob with sneakers. That's Jack Kirby was one of the great Marvel comic artists. He was famous for his cosmic themed stories and art. Among other things, he used a technique that became known as the Kirby dots or the Kirby crackle, where cosmic spotty lights like that. Pink video game guy. Dang it, I know I'm old, but I'm not that old! And I know you're all not that young and dumb and ignorant. Come on! Please, don't do this to me. Don't leave me here in old man land. Don't put Jack Kirby back here with me either. He was one of the immortals, one of the greats. He wasn't my cup of tea, comic wise, always, but his style and artwork, iconographic, you know, recognizable anywhere. Yeah, I know. The feed says excellent connection right now. I don't trust it. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, I'm going to say Marco. And I want you to type Polo the instant you hear the word Marco. Okay? Do me that favor. So I can estimate what kind of lag we're looking at here. Okay? Ready. 3, 2, 1, Marco. Okay, I'm gonna, whenever you get around, I'm still waiting for your response to my Marco. So, yeah, I'm more for the story myself, but there are some artists are just better than others. Jack Kirby, he was like I said, he was such a revolutionary in the comic book art field. His style became instantly recognizable anywhere. The monsters and giant megalithic machines and the cosmic explosions, and he was the guy that basically gave Thor his early look. And then there was Scott McFarlane. Or was it Todd McFarlane? I forget, was it Todd or Scott? Was McFarlane. He was, the first time I saw him was a Spider-Man issue. He's the first, the guy that did Spawn, the comic Spawn. He originally was an artist for Spider-Man, and man alive, I'd never seen artwork like that before. Just so rich with detail. And man, the women he drew, hubba hey ho hubba ha. I mean, Mary Jane never looked so good, and Spider-Man never looked so good either, man. Just he knew how to draw. He made Spider-Man. He was the one that gave Spider-Man's web a more organic look. He made it look all knotted and snarled and webby and stringy, and I'm like, dude, I want his powers, his artistic abilities. Use this take this totem to his house and use it to steal his magic powers for me. But of course, then he started writing Spawn, and I'm like, I started reading Spawn, and I'm like, oh, what the hell is this? This Spawn was basically theology as written by a snotty 14-year-old atheist, Thank you. Now that has been that. It is the lag is something like 2 or 3 minutes. I forgot to pay attention to the clock. So I'm ballparking here. We got a lag of like 3 minutes here, and I'm looking at the settings and like I don't want added delay, none. So where's all this coming from? Why are they doing? Just damn you, YouTube! Why are you doing this to me? Ah. Anyway, I'm gonna post that on the forum. Dude, that's not. I've already posted this image elsewhere. Just okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and post this image. Posted. La di da di da 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 da. File save as. This PC pictures. PNG. Riley Coyote. I stole that pose from the opening credits of Batman Beyond. You know that one brief glimpse you get of the new Batman just leaping across the city. You know, I'm like, that looks so badass. And I'm like, I finally drew an image copying the pose. Now let's see here. The simple comfort of a butter-baked onion. Ew. You know, I could go for maybe onion soup. I could see onion soup, but eating an onion straight, even if it was buttered, you want me to eat an onion, chop it into rings and fry it in batter. We'll talk. Otherwise, or make it a bloomin' onion. Hey, but you're just eating a buttered onion. I'm picturing a man who will never have a date again. In fact, he may not have a conversation. That's one way to keep people at 6 foot distance. To eat onions for a snack. Hi, Todd. How are things going at the office? Dude. Okay, let's see. Space battles. I'm still banned at... This is my revenge against Sufficient Velocity for banning me and for suspending my account privileges. It's like, I'm making content and you're not getting none. Meh. I didn't claim to be mature. Oh, no. I didn't want Ladybird. I wanted Coyote. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think what I'm going to try to do is that tomorrow I'm just going to take a day. I'm going to take the whole day, and do nothing but write chapters. One chapter a story. I'm going, and each 1 hour each. And see how many I can get done. Can you see me? I don't know if I can get a chapter done in an hour, but I'm going to have an interesting time finding out. And if I could get a chapter an hour, holy crap! If I could get a chapter an hour, even a short chapter an hour, 8 chapters for 8 stories.
There will be dancing in the streets.
Maybe. Okay. Just how much caffeine have I consumed? Okay. Friendly foreign exchange student Spider-Man. Insert image. Well, I can't. What? I can't download one? Okay. Okay, I'll post it on my website and then I'll link it. Okay. Let's see, comics. Buy. Log in. Why does this keep logging me out? Can you feel the love tonight? No, I can't. Nobody loves me. Okay, let's see. Okay. Visit the website. Visit the website. Edit page. Delete cache. New post. I have no idea what delete cache does. Select file. I gotta move that to a different folder. Every time I can't believe it. I actually devised. Okay. I need to put all my Hero Academia art into one folder. So I'll put it all into one folder. And what do? I immediately make the next artwork and put it in a different folder. It's just I have no organizational system. This is why I'm fairly certain that all my artwork, no matter how good or bad, is going to exist, till the end of days. Because I just sort of leave it everywhere. In random location. I'm like a squirrel. Fanatically burying nuts everywhere in my little stashes. And I'm like, where did I put them? I wake up after winter. I'm like, I can't find nothing, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm going to starve. I'm going to starve. Oh, here's an acorn. And I forget all about the stuff I stashed, Standard blog, comic, blah, 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 post. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba, 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 ba. Got groovy music on in the background. I gotta bop with it. You do realize I can't hear your voices, I can't see your faces, and yet this constitutes human contact for me. I tried to look into the assisted living thing, having somebody come in, help me out, help me out and help clean and stuff. And they sent somebody over. She had to be at least in her 50s or 60s. And I'm like, okay, just destroy what's left of my ego. But, she comes in, and the first thing she does is she starts walking down the hallway. And then, and like I've told you before, this place is in horrible disrepair. I have got I've got plywood panels lying everywhere, covering holes. There are holes in the floor under the carpet, and I have laid down boards on top of the holes because I do not have the tools, the skills, the materials, or the resources to repair anything, and I certainly don't have the money to pay anybody else to. So my hallway, there are holes in the floor, and there are little square panels of plywood underneath the carpet covering the holes, and some of them aren't nailed down very firmly. She stepped on one and it wobbled, and she freaked out like the entire place was tipping over on her.
He said, "Oh my!" And she backed out like she was, my contract says that I don't have to work any place where I feel physically unsafe. And woman, I weigh 400 pounds. If I can walk on that hallway safely, so can you. I don't care. Fine. Just bye-bye. I'm like, lady, you work in a company that's supposed to be helping disadvantaged people out. You think they're all going to be living in nice little perfectly kept homes? My place is a pit. I admit that. I'm horrified by it. I'm ashamed of it. But if I can't even get any help because they don't want to walk through the front, just lady, you are in the wrong line of business. I used to follow my father around as he did his rounds, visiting the people in the community, on behalf of the church, and I walked into houses that literally just horrible. You couldn't find the floor because they had a wood burning stove, and there was one house, it was a father and son. The father was like dated in Roman numerals. He was that old. And his son was pretty well gone too. And their house, the walls were black with soot. The floor was layered in soot, and there was let's put it this way, it looked even worse than my place, and it was horrible. And that was a standard. And he knew of a family. The man that lived there, his daughter and everybody, and all her illegitimate children lived with him. And every time he needed a new room, he would plant a stake in the ground, and he would nail 2x4s around it until he had a floor, and then he build it up around. We're talking. Let's put it this way. You remember Boo Boo Honey or whatever her name was, and her family. That TV family didn't have a scratch on these people. If you ever watched the old Ma and Pa Kettle, look them up. Google it. Go to YouTube. Look up Ma and Pa Kettle. If you can see just a few minutes of what was supposed to be their old home and up in those, that was what it was like. Only not as so whimsical and charming. So, lady, if you're out there doing this kind of stuff, and my place, as bad as it is, if my place you are so in the frickin' wrong line of work. Let's see. Come on. Media. Library. Okay. I'm just adding this here. Making an image. Kirby from the video games. You people wounded me deeply with that. I just want you to know that. I'm working on that chapter right now. The end of Taylor's Teleport. The chapter of the Warcrafter. I'm like, geez, I haven't finished a Warcrafter chapter in a while. Maybe I ought to do that. carpeted with bark and wood chips. I haven't seen a house carpeted with bark and wood. I've seen, like I said, I saw one house carpeted with soot. If I have a little spare money, I'm gonna call up those. If after this, after I've got a little spare money left over after all this is said and done. After this month is said and done, I'll have a little spare money left over. And I'm debating on whether to call the roofing people and try and get my roof patched, or call those, we haul stuff away people again and have them help me clear this house out again. I'm ashamed of that. I mean, they came through and they cleaned out all that crap, and here I am back where I was again. So I'm not happy with that. I'll probably get the roof thing. I have no idea when they're going to hand out those checks. I really ought to use them to I don't know, pay the IRS, pay the landlord, or get the leak in my roof, the frightening, slowly expanding leak in my roof fixed. Choices, and all of them bad. I have no idea how much a roofing company would charge to fix a trailer roof. If I could, I would just pay somebody to bring out sheets of tin, roll them out on the roof, nail them down, and call it a day. Seriously. God only knows what that hailstorm did that we had last week. I could only imagine, just what a mess. I mean, it was. I'm serious. It was a humdinger of a hailstorm. It just pounded the everlasting crap out of everything. It sounded like 5-pound blocks of ice were being dropped on the roof. Spider-Verse is a good one to watch. Spider-Verse was really good. It was really surprising. The animators that did the Spider-Verse, they actually managed to redeem Miles Morales as a character. They took him out of the realm of politically correct token character, and made him something original and unique. And they did it while paying tribute to the original. You know him and I love you know him and I know him. We all love him, Peter Parker. The one that married Mary Jane. This is why Stan Lee is still one of my heroes. It's because after they all started doing these retcons and everything, and Joe Quesada came along and said, "I want Mary Jane to be erased and undo his marriage and do a time travel thing or something. I don't care." And they came out and they did One More Day and all that abysmal stupidity. And Peter and Stan Lee said, "Well, no." It turns out that Stan Lee still had rights. He had the control. He had the legal rights and control over the newspaper, the color comic strip, the comic strip of Spider-Man. As the original creator, that was one of the rights he held on to as the original creator. And he decreed, forget you. And he said that, and he made a comic strip, a Sunday comic strip where Peter Parker woke up and for him, One More Day and all the other stupidity that came out was just a bad dream. And he decreed that in the comics, Peter Parker was still married to Mary Jane. And I was like, Stan, You are the wind beneath my wings. I mean, like, dang, brothers. Spidey-Man got a hard enough life. Hard enough life. Why you got to be taking the one good thing away from him? The thing that all the fans, just vicariously thrilled for him. I mean, there was they had an issue. It's a collector's item issue of Spider-Man's marriage. No, they gotta take a flying crap from a high tower on it. Because Joe Quesada liked Gwen Stacy better. The one that took a swan dive off a tower. He's like, bye-bye, Joe. He's not in there anymore. I understand he's no longer one of the editors. Bye-bye, Stan. Bye-bye, Quesada. Gwen Stacy's still dead, and so's your career. I will say this though, I've watched all the Spider-Man movies, and I do mean all of them. The original Sam Raimi trilogy, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the real Peter Parker. The new MCU ones, and also the ones with with Peter Parker, the Amazing Spider douche. Where they, with the lizard, and and then they tried to make some big complicated secret, somebody trying to rewrite, they were told to make a movie. Instead of making a movie about Peter Parker and Spider-Man, they tried to innovate, and it failed abysmally. But I remember watching the one with Spider-Man versus Electro, and Electro was there, and the Green Goblin was there too. And they even had a brief cameo from the Rhino. But, the second one was better. I have to say, where Gwen Stacy died. She's dead, Quesada. Get over it. And, anyway, it's just... It was pretty bad. I mean, it's an interesting approach to Electro. Making him an emotionally repressed fanboy of Spider-Man, who has a horrible accident and just flips a switch on him, and he becomes psychotically just rage filled against Spider-Man. Has hated him as much as he had originally admired him, and I remember there's one scene where. Peter, Spider-Man, Peter's in his Spider-Man outfit. He's talking to Mary Jane. He's talking to Gwen, and he says, I've got to go to, I've got to go. And she's like, I've got to go with you. I can help. And she's, no way. And she's, but I got to go. I know where he is now. And he swings off, and she starts to go after him, and she looks down, and he webbed her hand to the car to keep her from following him. And she's like, Peter! And then she just slaps her hand over her mouth and looks around. And I'm like, no, okay, girl, that was a brilliant bit of acting right there. I'm like, you win. You just golf clap. So give him props. But I'm sorry, it's just the second trilogy. The second Spider-Man reboot was really bad. Okay, they all had problems. Okay, the first Spider-Man was Sam Raimi. Okay, I'll give them this. They did something that I have always wished they had done originally. Instead of him making web shooters, he has them naturally. They grow in his arms. And I'm like, that makes, if we're going to go with the idea of a kid with spider powers, that makes way much more sense than a kid being such a super genius that he can mix up magical spider webbing out of kitchen sink chemicals. That does exactly what he wants and lasts, and does it, and it works exactly the way he wants it to. And then he makes web shooters that are capable of carrying apparently 5 gallons per wrist. The natural spider, the Sam Raimi spider, web shooters makes more sense. It just does. And even as a kid, I hated the fact that Spider-Man's webbings were, quote, in my thinking, fake. He doesn't have real spider web powers. He just fakes it with those wrist things. And I'm like, yeah. That still bugs me. It's the one thing, it's the one big change that I really liked. Now, the original Sam Raimi, the original Spider-Man, the original Spider-Man movie trilogy, the problem was that they didn't have Spider-Man talk very much. Peter Parker's running around in his spider suit, doing that. He just didn't talk. He didn't quip. He didn't, joke or make one-liners or anything. And I'm like, that's just a Peter Parker. Spider-Man's a motor mouth. It's one of his better-known traits. And they just didn't do it with him. They tried to with the second Spider-Man reboot. With the Spider-Man reboot, and I'm sorry. Okay, Peter Parker did not ride a skateboard. He did not do, they had him doing parkour before he gets bitten by the spider. Peter Parker was not a shoplifter. He was not a skateboarder. He did not do parkour. He did not have a cell phone that cost as much as my first car. Come on, Peter Parker, the real Peter Parker, was a shy, bullied nerd. Not a disinfected Gen Xer. It just grinds my gears, And and I'm sorry, this Peter Parker, the MCU Peter Parker, the Marvel Cinematic Universe Peter Parker. Okay, he's cool. He's fun. He's funny, but he's not Peter Parker. He's not the original Spider-Man. The original Spider-Man, Peter Parker, did not go to a pilot program school for young geniuses. His girlfriend was not, sensitively ethnically mixed. He dated blondes and redheads. Flash Thompson was not Indian. He was a redheaded jackass. And he certainly wasn't on the debate team. He was a jock and a jerk. Come on. He wasn't a rich man's cake daddy son. No, he wasn't Hindu, and he wasn't on the debate team. And Aunt May was not a MILF. cool ass Aunt Mays in all the multiverse are offended at this. Okay. It just, okay, what they did is that they took a bunch of the features from the, politically correct, ethnically sensitive Spider-Man, Miles Morales, in the comics, mixed a little of the original Peter Parker, made him white, and came up with the MCU Marvel Spider-Man Peter Parker. It's just not. No, and he did not have, the original Spider-Man, he was always struggling with money. He did not have Tony Stark as a sugar daddy. That's not Spider-Man. That's not Peter. That's an alternate universe, what if story, hipster take on Spider-Man. It's not as horrible as the second reboot was. It wasn't as horrible as the reboot, but no, it's just not. It's just not him. They don't know how to deal with an iconic character that's existed for decades. It's been been around for generations. Look at what they did to Superman. The new Superman, the new movie Superman is moody and broody and has angsty problems about it. No, this is not Superman. Superman was supposed to be iconic. He was, Superman was the original, first generation superhero. Back when they were, the superhero was supposed to be a paragon. He is, Superman was supposed to be the great good. He was like All Might with a little less ham. The battle wasn't about, him angstily trying to find his place in the world. It was about a guy that was an icon, and his refusal to be pulled down by the villains, that sought to destroy him. A good example of this, of the original Paragon of Superman versus, the new 90s take of superheroes was what's so fun. Look it up. It's what's so funny about Truth, Justice, and the American Way. It was where Superman had to go solo against a bunch of edgelord modern superheroes who had gone off the rails. They were vicious, ruthless, and didn't think a thing of killing. And he was sick of them, and they had wreaked havoc in various locations. And Superman was troubled because people were looking up to him. Kids were running around pretending to be them, and it really, and he was having doubts about what happened to the stand I used to take, Truth, Justice, the American Way, all that stuff. And he finally had to face them in head-on conflict when they finally went rogue, and he basically beat the everlasting crap out of them. and what he did was when he fought them, he made it look like he was killing them. he would, he would sweep in at super speed. It looked like he was losing the fight, and then suddenly, he pulled out all the stops, and he swept in, and he would take one out of the picture and, and disappear with them, and leave enough, damage behind that it looked like he killed them. And he finally, he whittled down. It was a group of like 4 different heroes, and he whittled them down to the last one. And he's saying, he says, your power isn't. The last guy had telekinetic powers and telekinetic and telepathic powers, and the guy's like, why aren't my powers working on you? And Superman said, I burned that. I used my X-ray vision to burn that part out of your brain. And the guy freaks and he falls down on his knees. You can't do that. You can't do that. You're Superman. You don't do that. Just, a complete, he'd just been mocking Superman for being too weak to do what needed to be done. And Superman was like, you're right. I don't. And the smoke clears, and you can see all the other members of the super team. They're chained up and what all, but they're alive. Knocked out and battered up, but they're alive. He says, this is what the world would be like if I did go that far. Do you see? Now, this is why I don't go that far. Because I have standards. And he just basically... And no, I didn't. Actually, I didn't burn your brain out. I just bruised it a little bit. Your powers will recover. But by that time, you'll be in a nice, safe cell. With power suppressors on. So... where All Might techies a kid Superman. I don't know what you mean by techies. There is a story. It's called. It turns out that Deku. It's a crossover between DC and My Hero Academia. It turns out that Deku is actually the last son of Krypton, and All Might becomes his mentor. That might be the one you're talking about. Oh, I forgot to put text on this thing here. Just give me a second here.
I'm glad I finally did that drawing of Riley. Now they can get a looky-loo at what he looks like, and might pop a few bubbles.
But I saw him in my head. I saw him in my head, and he did not look like that.
Yeah. I've seen fan fictions where Harry Potter is actually the last son of Krypton. Can you say overkill? Gee, I thought you could. And then there's one where it turns out that Harry Potter is actually the son of Thor. And there's another, and there's one it was, I think it was abandoned. Sad to say, where Harry Potter was adopted by Tony Stark. The Dursleys, for some big multi-corporate business meeting, visited Tony Stark, and they had no choice but to drag Harry Potter along. And Harry Potter, this is, in the story, he's only like 5 or 6 years old. And Tony Stark makes the mistake of letting them visit one of his laboratories, and Dudley starts running around flipping switches and crap, and causes a massive explosion that Harry Potter survives by dint of his magic, but it kills off the Dursleys. And Tony Stark, Tony Stark's looking at this kid surrounded by a bubble of magic, and well, the story takes from there. And my favorite part in that story was the school board, the Wizarding World tried to bully Harry Potter into coming back to England. And they were going to take him away from Tony Stark and become his father, and they loved each other, and he loved his father dearly, and he's, heck no, and so they show up to the hearing. Their first witness they call in is Thor, who proceeds to inform them what he's going to do to them if they don't stop messing around with his friend's son. And he's going to lay down some old Nordic deity style wrath on them if they don't stop messing around with them. Oh, pardon. Now that I've shared the deepest thoughts of my mind. Oh, pardon. Oh, goodness, all right. It's 3 in the morning and I'm vibrating like a tuning fork. I don't know. I suppose I needed this. I feel so spastic right now. I mean, I've drunk, let's see, I had a 12-pack of, being the operative word, a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper sitting right here. I had a 12-pack and a half. Technically yesterday, and I am now down to 5.5 cans. Oh, God help me if I ever get my hands on Monster Energy drink again. I'm just gonna spontaneously explode. I don't know why I feel like this. This is the most buzzed I've felt in ages. And it's not like I don't get a lot of caffeine as it is, but pardon. I'm such a pig. I'd love to just rent. I'd love to rent a dumpster. I've got all these. I've got like 5 or 6 trash cans sitting in front of my house. But I almost, I've got piles of trash in my house, and getting one to the other is an ordeal. Because literally I can barely walk, and I have to go out. I have to drag the trash bag out of the house, and I got to drag it down. I got to walk. I have to walk backwards down my front steps, because I get boom, 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 boom. I have to be very careful going down the steps, and doing that with bags of trash, and then I got and just getting 2 bags of trash out of the house is exhausting. Because all the way down the steps, and I'm like, ugh, and I dump the bag in and back up the steps. Just picture doing everything with 50-pound weights on your legs. That's my life. And if I had a dumpster though with a pop-up lid, I could just I could step out on my front and just drop the bags down in it. Boom, done. I'd have to have a rope or something so I could open the lid, but that's the little thing. Where do you get dumpsters like that? How much do they cost? How much do you rent? How much do they rent? How much would it cost to get like a little, little pulley, a dumbwaiter or something that I could raise and lower my trash cans down the side of my? I have no idea. I would love to get one. I would love to. There's a lot of things I would love to do. I have right now. I have more money on hand than I have had in a long time. And it'll vanish like dry ice on a skillet. Just gone. I am a failed project. I really do. I really regard myself as a failed project. It's like, throw this one back in and start over from scratch. Because I practically need somebody else to live my life for me. I don't know. I'm a mess. I'm always a mess. Everybody's a mess. Everybody's their own mess. I just wish my mess was less messy. Let me put it this way. I'm not, when your circumstances are arranged in such a way that you have to wonder, do I have enough money to buy enough trash bags to bag up all the trash in my house? And that's your question. Do you have enough money to spare to buy a big box of trash bags, so that you can make a pretense of cleaning your house? This is horrifying. I've got lots of trash in boxes, cardboard boxes. Somehow I've ended up with a ton of cardboard boxes. I've not gone anywhere, but most of them, the people delivering my groceries have reached a point. They bring the stuff up to the crib. They go ahead and keep the box. I'm like, okay, and the next thing I know, I got another box full of trash sitting in there. And bagging up, taking box, you can't just set the boxes out there for the trash people to be good. This has got, the trash has got to be in proper bags and proper, So you either gotta take the trash out of the box and put it in a bag, or you've got to get bags large enough to put the box in, whole. And those are hard to come by, surprisingly. This is if you want to send me a gift, if you'd like to send me a gift or something, we appreciate you so much, Ralph. Send me a jumbo box of lawn and leaf bags. I'm dead serious. I'm stone cold Steve Austin dead serious. You know what I'm saying? Just send me just massive box of jumbo
lawn and leaf bags. Industrial bags. I'm talking industrial bags. And send me a yeoman to carry this stuff out to the front porch. Maybe if I had a big slide or a chute or something, just dump it out the chute. Whoosh. If I had the power, of all the powers, I used to think, like super strength or super speed or flight or all that other stuff. And I'm thinking, as I'm getting older, I'm thinking more teleportation. Or portals. Portals would be cool. Have you ever seen the cartoon Whack Fu? It's a French cartoon. It's French. And it's apparently based on a video game. Online game of some sort. And like cool characters. Cool character design. And awesome, it's French anime, if that makes sense. And the main protagonist, I forget what his name is. He's a little kid, and he has the power of portals. And the animators, they're absolutely brilliant. The writers and animators, they're absolutely brilliant in how he uses his powers. Because he uses portals in the way that other people use teleportation. And he's all over a battlefield, popping in and out of portals. He'll drop off a cliff, fall through a portal, pop out of it, fall into a portal, pop out of another one, going back up, and then go sideways, and he's thinking with portals all the time, and I'm like, dude, I never considered. I always pictured, portal. Open a portal, and it's a doorway, and you push stuff through it. It never occurred to me, open a portal underneath something, and it falls through. Make another portal, and it pops back out. Reaches an apex, and then drops back in. All this other cool stuff, and I'm like, dude, I could go for that power. And man, if I had portals, man, I tell you one thing, man, it'd be a hell of a lot easier to clean this place up. I would love to have a portal, just drop things into the portal, and boom, into an incinerator or a trash compactor or a dump or something. Just boom. And I remember the X-Men movie, the second X-Men movie, where they introduced Nightcrawler, and where he was under mind control and he was attacking the White House, and holy crap, the fight scene was unbelievable. Just teleporting ninja, he was all over those guys like white on rice. Whew. I'm buzzing with energy, and I have no place to go with it. But yeah. Nobody's made a comment yet about the drawing, anyway.
Okay, I'm just checking stuff over. I've left this thing on the same drawing for hours, haven't I? It's great. Now I can leave it sitting on this for several hours. Yeah. Yay! Yay! Do you have any? Wow. I swear to you, you're probably thinking I'm all on drugs. The only drug I've taken is caffeine. Seriously? But I'm looking at you all. And I'm wondering, okay, we got 3 people in channel 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1 like. That's just. Have I ever gotten a like before? Bummer. But question: do you have any questions? You 3 people in the audience, dude. Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Anything you'd like to talk about? I'm wide open here. Better yet, club soda. Ooh. Club soda and onions? Ooh. Stop that! Oh, you awful people! Club soda and onions? Oh. I'm scanning back over the live chat window, and I'm like, try club soda with onions. And I'm like, no. Hell no, actually. Look, as far as I'm concerned, onion is a spice, okay? It's like an herb or a spice. It's meant to season food. It's not meant to be food. It's meant to garnish food. It's meant to season food. But save for the deep fried onion rings, it's not meant to be food. In fact, onion ring is basically just a ring of batter with an onion garnishing it in the inside. That's all it is. I have a real problem with flaky skin. I just know that's what I'm blowing. I'm blowing a little just dandruff in my glasses. Ugh. And I'm thinking of that Bill Burr routine. He said, it's black people, they use lotion all the time. He never realized how much lotion they use. He dated a black girl for a while, and they were getting ready to go out, and she was like slathering this cocoa butter on her arms and her chest and her back on her shoulders and her face. And he's like, why are you using so much cocoa butter? It's, to keep my skin from getting ashy. And she, you don't use any? And he says, no, I haven't got ashy skin. And she said, come here. And she took his hand and his arm, and she lightly, just ever so lightly, dragged her fingernails down his arm. And he said, dust started rising. He says, see? And he said, holy crap, I'm ashy. He said, that's the reason. He said, I get itchy. I used to get itchy all the time in the winter, and I was like, geez, why? And now he knows. And he said, white people just, we don't know about the cocoa butter. And he says, but black people, man, they're all, forever slathering eyes. And they'll go out there and it's like they have a big vat of the stuff sitting in the living room. They just hold their breath and dunk in, bloop, go out glistening. And I remember seeing one guy was watching Bill. There was a couple of black guys doing a react video of Bill Burr's routine, and they're looking. Yeah, I didn't know. They were dead serious. And he said, and they're like, white people don't use lotion. And I was like, holy crap. No, we don't. Well, my mom, she used a lot of cocoa butter, but she has a sort of a eczema sort of condition. It makes her elbows really, really, really scaly and flaky, and so she was always rubbing lotion in her elbows, and like. Like that. What happened?
you wonder about that. You wonder about how did humanity get so flaky? And I'm not talking mentally either. I'm talking, we're out there, just, we're white people always walking piles of dandruff. It's just, because cocoa butter can't possibly have been in use, all those centuries ago. You got to figure, King Richard's walking around, shaking off a few thousand pounds of flakes every day, So, I had no idea that black people used so much lotion, and I had no idea that black people had no idea that white people didn't. And I'm like, okay, live and learn, And he said, this is, I agree with Bill Burr, this is why you should have at least one, at least one or two multi-ethnic members in your posse, because they can tell you stuff that you don't even know about, and you can tell them stuff about things they don't know about. He said, he looking at Biggie Smalls and all these rappers. They're getting arrested for having an unregistered gun in their car and shit. And he said if there had been just one white guy in that guy's posse, he'd be saying, itching himself, going, "What? You this isn't registered? Are you kidding me?" We tell them, Okay, Mr. Cartoon Critic. Hey, guess what? I've been on already for 4.5 hours, and I'm still apparently I'm still coming down from all the caffeine I just drank. I don't know. It's just I need better visuals. I just really. This sounds like work, though. I don't know. Just arranging a, I tried to automate it so it would randomly, select images. I tried to say I used to have a webcam, but one I don't like having to bother, dressing up to sit in my own desk, and I don't like the fact that the lighting in here is so poor. All you could see was a fat outline, with everything shadowed, and I tried automating a slideshow of various memes and pictures and stuff, and that worked for a while. And then for some reason, the studio program I use updated, and it never worked right again. I've tried hand crafting slideshows, and it can't get anything out of there. I don't know. I looked into, they have this cool program you can get that animates your face. Unfortunately, animating, it'll make a graphic, it'll have everything from a dragon to a talking raccoon to an alien from outer space to a robot or whatever you want, and the character's facial expression will change to match yours, and their lips will move to match your voice. But the thing of it is, it uses facial recognition, so it doesn't use audio to know when its lips moves. It uses facial recognition software, which requires stage lighting. And a good digital camera and stage lighting, and it also requires that for it to work right, it will not work right if you're wearing glasses. So, and I tried that, I could not get it to work right. And it's a big bulky program, and it sort of bogs the system down too to top it all off. So I was like, oh well, it looks so cool for 1/10 of a second, I have no idea what I'm doing this. I feel so disappointed. I put up this nice pretty picture of Riley Coyote on the forums for Space Battles, and
Nobody so much as looked at it, apparently. But it's window capture. Ta-da! It's Riley. You know, in a rare serious moment. And that's him on Space Battles, yay. And yeah. So now you know what he looks like. Took me what, an hour to sketch that, an hour to draw that, and that was with taking a lot of shortcuts. I'm slow. I'm slow and I'm old. I'm old and I'm fat. Fat and I'm ugly. I'm ugly and my mother dresses me funny. So, I'm running out of things to talk, but I haven't run out of energy. That's a terrifying position for a person like me. And away we go. And that's another can of soda. It's terrifying how fast these cans of soda stack up after they've been emptied. I should not do this to myself, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh boy. Okay, I started to think of something and then my brain just stopped and got off the track. What was I thinking of? I was thinking of something I wanted to talk about next and I lost my train of thought. I don't have a train of thought. I barely have a caboose. Oi. Is the music too loud? Is the music too loud? Is the music too soft? Is it too annoying? Is it funky? Play that funky music, white boy. Play that funky music, white. Definitely an interesting offer, though being on furlough has put me on financial crunch. Okay, looking forward to blah, 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 like to be. Whoa. Hot deba dooba da wop da ba. Oh yeah, Black Rabbit. I'm looking at somebody gave me a picture of his characters. And his first picture is of his character is drawn by Max Black Rabbit. Let's say that Max Black Rabbit he doesn't do children's drawings. Oh, it's not an X-rated picture. You think but it's seriously. Let's say oh well, fool you on here. Let me show you. Eek! Cover your eyes, Margaret. Don't look, asshole! It's too late. She'd already been mooned. Alright. Twyla Nathes Fox. Twyla Fox. Where did I get this? In the meanwhile, furlough, commissions, just crunch. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if this is a character description for a commission,
Or is this... She's saying that an interesting offer, though, currently have a financial crunch. I'll just have to figure out what's going on with that later. Twyla Draft 2. Stupid draft thingy. What did I do? My computer fall down, go boom. Let's see, straighten that out. I'll just figure that out later. I've also been following a particular fanfiction called Magic School Days, where the Cutie Mark Crusaders end up going to, thanks to intervention by Discord, they end up going to Harry Potter. They end up going to Hogwarts with Harry Potter, and it snowballs rapidly after that. It's just. Okay, Monster Flop, blah 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 blah. I'm looking through my email now. Isn't this exciting? You get to listen to me check my email. Let's see. The Stars app, $3.33 a month for 6 months. And then the rate goes up to what? Through the roof, right? No, thank you. No, thank you. I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying this for days. I've been saying this for weeks. The companies that, one, adapt quickly, that are flexible, and particularly the companies that start offering services that people have been waiting for decades, like delivery, and the current business model, which is proving outdated and too inflexible to handle a crisis like this, is the current model is the private I call it the captive audience model, where they get a large number of people. Where they build a huge building, build it and they will come, and they get lots and lots of people into the, with the idea of getting lots and lots of people to come in through the front door, cram the place full, and then they can pummel them with advertising and stuff, and get them to consume the product en masse. That's the idea behind every mega mall, every jumbo store, every Walmart, every restaurant, just about every business. They operate under the conclusion that unless they get lots and lots and lots of warm bodies in through the front door, otherwise, that's, if they don't get lots of people inside, that they're not doing well in business, and so they hate the idea of moving past the brick and mortar model. That's another for brick and mortar. Brick and mortar is an oversimplification. A delivery store has a brick and mortar building. That doesn't mean it's it's the same thing. Look, most Little Caesars pizzas, the Little Caesars Pizza in our town, they've taken up delivery, and they've built their model around getting people in, getting them back out as fast as possible, and they're realizing that the pizza places were ahead of the curve by light years. too many companies, they think that if they don't get, if they don't count people coming in and out of the front door, if they don't get people crammed into a space, then they're not doing business. They don't realize, look at what we have now. We're in a situation where they can't run their, due to this virus issue, due to the lockdown, due to, let's call it what it is, a quarantine. They can't conduct business that way, and their problem is they didn't have a plan B. An average pizza restaurant has a plan B, delivery. A smart restaurant will have, you eat, you eat in the dining room. Eat in the dining room. You get takeout. You get drive-through, and you get delivery. That's 4 options for a really well-run restaurant. The problem is most of the restaurants in this area have 2 out of 4, if you're lucky. And we're living in a situation where a restaurant, those 4 options, 2 of them are completely impossible. One of them is iffy because you still have to go out, and nobody wants to go out, in a pandemic. So that only leaves delivery. I've got the one grocery store in this area, Warren's IGA, that does house delivery. I'm probably giving them more business than they had in their lives, but they've had to up their service, get extra, because they're having to crank up their delivery service because people can't come out and shop, and so now they're starting to do curbside service, and they're starting to do delivery, on a bigger scale, and they're going to thrive during this time, while other companies and restaurants and businesses that rely on getting people through the front door in order to conduct business, those people are going to founder. These options have been open to everyone for over 20 years, and nobody is willing to take the big leap forward. And it's foolishness, and it's cost us because the majority of companies were not ready for a crisis like this. They didn't have a plan B. They didn't have, they needed a plan B, C, D, E, and F. But they don't even have a plan B. Beyond, look at what's happening to Disney. Disney, they make these, the $1 million movies they make. It turns out that the majority of the money that Disney made, past tense, the majority of the money that Disney made came from the parks. With the cruises coming in, I believe, a close second or third. There you have it. The parks were basically funding all the movies they made. If they had a movie that bombed, it was the parks that made them bounce back. But the movie, they bought Lucasfilms. They turned Star Wars into crap, and it bombed. And then the Star Wars parks bombed. And they started, the attendance at their parks just started falling off like the plague. And then we got a real plague, and then their audience, and then they had to shut down their parks completely, and now they're hosed. Let's put it this way: in the past 3 weeks, Walt Disney has borrowed $17 billion. That's billion with a B. $17 billion in various loans. First of all, from in America, Canada, and I forget who they borrowed the last several billion from. But they're going to have to pay about $17 billion in debt, and they're going to have to pay about half of it back within a year or so. It's not going to happen, kids. Mickey Mouse gonna die. The Disney Corporation is choking to death on its own hubris. It's a sad state of affairs. It was bound to happen eventually. The Disney brand has dominated the horizon on entertainment for the past, since what, the 1950s? It was due for a come down. And considering how poorly they've managed this. There was one guy that made a point about, considering the disastrous state that comic books were in, even before the shutdown, the quarantine, the quarantine has basically killed the comic book industry. It has. You see, because Diamond, the printing company, the Diamond, it is the printing company. It's the only printing company that prints all the comics from Marvel, DC, and any of their little rinky-tink competitors too. And Diamond basically shut down their factories. They're not even paying for, they're not even paying their bills. They're not, they just shut down. And so basically, Marvel and DC have had to say, pencils down. We can't, we could write the comics, we could draw the comics, but we can't sell the comics. And so Marvel and DC are going tits up. All the comic book stores, the comic book outlet stores, are dying too. They're they're closing due to and they're not going to open back up because there's nothing left to open back up with. It's basically the end of the industry. They had no way. They had no idea of how. They had no plan B. Of course, they were making terrible comics anyway. They were already a mess because they were making these comics. They thought they were indestructible, even though their sales were slumping, and the comic stores were struggling, and Marvel and DC they thought their shit didn't stink. They thought they could do no wrong, and they let their writers just run amok. They turned their comics and and decades old legacy characters and franchises. They turned into a PC chick leaflet, and that was pretty much it. And it was bad. It was sad. It was pathetic. And what was really worse, one guy pointed this out. He pointed out, look at how these writers are behaving. Anybody who criticizes them, they attack online. The vulgarity, profanity, obscene commentary against. They call their customers. They call the fan base a bunch of virgin losers and worse. And can you imagine? And he pointed out, can you imagine what would happen to somebody working in a grocery store or in a department store who talked to the customers that way? And yet these so-called professional career professionals are going online and slinging the most vile insults at the very people who buy their comics. And the obscene unprofessionalism of it, he says, is what has really hurt their bottom line. Because people read the comic and I'm still torqued at Joe Quesada for what he did. Joe Quesada stood up in front of all the fans who were protesting, that he had killed off, put Mary Jane on a bus, and and all the awful changes he made to the franchise. Basically, he basically called them a bunch of basement-dwelling losers. And it's been downhill ever since. They treat the tastes and desires of the very people that buy their comics. Yes, all those dirty, icky fans, otherwise known as customers, you asshats. Fans are the ones that buy your comics. Fans are the ones that buy your comics regularly. Fans are the ones that are faithful customers. You couldn't be stupider if you ran a McDonald's and proceeded to call anybody who walked in the front door a fatty. And what are they doing it for? So that they can, stand up on their soapbox, preach about. That's another thing. They're always talking. Oh well, the problem is that they're preaching too much. No, I don't think it's the fact that they're preaching too much. I think it's the content of the sermon that's pissing people off. They don't want to entertain them. They don't want to talk about that. It couldn't be just that. They talk about it. It's just that we got too political. No, it's because you got too left wing, and left wing politics sucks because it's stupid, and it requires deliberately ignoring everything about human nature to constitute it, and it doesn't sell. You see, in order to write a left-wing character, a true left-wing character, you have to basically ignore everything you know about human nature. So the character comes off as a terrible mess, an unrealistic Mary Sue. It's not just the fact that they're preaching sermonizing at people. Yeah, that gets tiresome, and most people aren't into it. They're not going to be too particularly thrilled. But I submit to you that there are plenty of movies that are preachy at people, but they still became some shocking successes. What was his name? I can't remember the making of The Last Temptation of Christ. You couldn't, hello, it's basically a movie about the crucifixion of Christ. You couldn't ask for a more overtly religious movie than that. And yet people crowded the theaters. The movie God Is Not Dead. Every hokey Christian movie cliche you can think of. But hey, guess what? Still pack the theaters. The movie The Patriot. And dozens of movies with that were patriotic
and pro-American, pro-Christian, and were unabashedly political about it, and yet the theater's filled. It's not just the fact that it's a sermon. It's that the sermon is full of crap that is driving people away. Leftism is crap. Social justice crusades are crap. Feminism is crap. The militant LGBTQ agenda is crap. And it is self-delusion. It is incapable of dovetailing with reality, and it makes for awful movies, and it makes for people who are sick to death of being told that they have to praise these leftist ideologies. People have things that they can consider virtues and worthwhile, and no, we tried the free love thing. It sucked. Okay, quit trying to resell it and repackage it. Go away. I love the fact that they always talk about family. They don't know what family values are. Just because a movie goes, yay, families, that's okay. Thank you. That's a nice start. Can we move on to talking about what those families' values are? The mafia has its own sort of family values. So it takes a little bit more. The reason that My Little Pony, the Friendship is Magic, went so far as it did, because it unabashedly espoused, at least for the first few seasons, unabashedly espoused virtues that were being neglected everywhere else. Not just the vague nebulous kind of friendship. It espoused honesty. It espoused hard work. That's not as much fun to talk about. But hard work comes with great rewards, and after hard work comes good rest and great play. It espoused things like honesty, loyalty, kindness, generosity. Some of the values that nobody could really argue against, but that nobody wants to stand up for. But then, in the later seasons, in the last few seasons, it basically turned into a self-referential joke. They had episodes that covered things like standing up for yourself without stepping on others. Okay, sorry about that, folks. The OBS disconnected briefly and reconnected. We're connected and we got bad feed. Yay. But not too coincidentally, the values of the Friendship and Magic series are quite dovetail quite nicely with Christian virtues. That makes people uncomfortable to say. Soon they soon beat that out of it, and then they turn it into a soapbox for the gay agenda. Don't kid me. I mean, I've heard. I haven't seen the final episode. I probably never will because I heard that the transcript and description of some of the things that happened in the episodes. They basically insinuated that two of the female characters got married in the background, and that two of the main characters were now in a two of the main characters, both female, in a relationship, and just. You know what? You know why society is more tolerant of lesbian relationships than of male homosexual relationships? Because, well, let's be honest. Lesbianism is a fetish for men. Let's not lie. Why is lesbianism a fetish for men? Oh, well, very simply. Two, because in the back of the mind, they're thinking one aroused, horny female is, everything a man looks for. Except for, the only other thing that a man could look for after an aroused, horny female is two aroused, horny females. Most people don't realize the reality is not anywhere near as sexy as it looks in kinky stories. Even in their even in their even in the relationship, one whether you're talking male or female homosexual, you'll notice that one will be playing the butch. Even when they go off the rails like that sexually, they deep down they're admitting it's a relationship between a male figure and a female figure. What's going to replace Marvel and DC if the comic book industry ever comes back? Manga and anime, probably. For one, manga and anime has certain advantages over the typical Western model of comic book. Among other things, the manga industry Instead of trying to get into one bullpen or the other of comic book producer, what they do, you know what Shonen Jump is? Shonen Jump is basically one of the magazines. I forget how many. Shonen Jump, Seinen Jump. There's a couple of different magazines that are published monthly that contain several concurrently running manga stories. It's where pretty much all the anime and manga that you see today got its start as one story competing with several others in the same magazine. Then eventually somebody looks at this, one particular story is because, Shonen Jump runs a couple of dozen issues, and somebody notices, hey, this one particular storyline is getting really, really popular, and they basically they pop it out of the Shonen Jump contract and move it off to be printed as its own thing. And then eventually it gets popular enough, they say, let's make an anime of it. And that's how it goes. As opposed to the Western model where you had Marvel or DC or a couple of teeny tiny little indie studios where you try to make a comic, from scratch. It's basically... basically, the Japanese model lets a new series sort of wade into the pool from the shallow end, as it were. It starts out as a feature in an anthology, and eventually grows up until it breaks away on its own and becomes its own thing. I don't know how they work in Japan. I don't know that they decentralized, but I understand that my understanding is that most manga artists work at home. I'm probably wrong about this. I don't know, but even in the comic book industry, you originally saw the factory mentality, where the only way to do business was to put all your workers in one room and watch them like a hawk while they worked. But apparently the manga studios are a little bit ahead of the curve and have a work-at-home model. I don't know. I'd have to look up more information on that. But generally speaking, the anime industry is much more robust. It has a wider appeal. It allows for a wider range of subjects to be written. Everything, while nearly all the comics in Western comic book industry are superhero comics. The Japanese cover everything with superhero, shonen, seinen, romance comics, horror comics, sci-fi, fantasy, just all over the map. Coincidentally, supposedly one of the reasons that we end up with so much Japanese hentai over here, Japanese manga porn, is it's bottom common denominator. They produce they got tons of the crap lying around, and let's just throw a couple other shovelfuls westward. It's a quick, easy way to make a lot of bucks off the West. And basically we're getting the dregs for the most part, or we were for a long time. We're starting to get the really good stuff nowadays. So make of that what you will. I think we're going to see a lot more. I think that we're going to see a lot more manga and anime flooding westward. And we're going to see a lot more manga and anime style writing
and drawing and in general business conducting in we got thousands, basically the comic book industry just blew up and put thousands of artists out of work. So where are they going to go? And they're probably going to start projects of their own, and it's going to change the whole terrain. And they're going to be doing things. They're going to be doing things that the PC crowd that were running Marvel and DC would never have allowed. They'll get private funding through any, they'll get anything from Kickstarter to Patreon to whatever, and they'll go off and do their own thing, and we're going to see it's a diaspora, if you will. They dropped a bomb in the middle of their own industry and sent artists flying in every direction, and a lot of these hack jobs that can only seem to write political leaflets for the gay pride movement are going to sink. And we'll probably have a couple more decades of the industry just forking out in every direction. Now, what I'm more interested in is what's going to happen to most of these comic book stores. Comic book retailers, basically, this has been a kick in the nuts for all of them. The comic book, already they were in trouble. But long before the COVID virus showed up, long before the Wuhan virus showed up, they were in trouble because Marvel and DC weren't selling. They were terrible. The comics that were coming out of Marvel and DC were terrible. And what was really bad is that Marvel and DC was arm twisting them. Yous is gonna sell this new comic about the gay cowboy, or we's just gonna have to take our business elsewhere. No lie. They were arm twisting them into selling all these pride movement and social justice these rags, and do it or else, and they couldn't give them away. Literally. And the comic book and the comic book retailers start now. If they were smart, now even when I was still in my teens and 20s, a comic book store was a meeting place for geeks of all stripe. It wasn't there was one comic book store. It was I would have to take a half-hour bus ride to get there when I lived in that city, but I went there as often as I could because that was where the Magic the Gathering crew gathered. And they had games all the time. And I used to play all the time. I can't even remember the rules anymore. But it was fun. Meet people, But there's some comic book stores also sold gaming stuff. And comic book stores also had tables set up for people to, play card games at, or to play rounds of Dungeons and Dragons, or, there were some that even had tables set up for miniature gaming tournaments. Warhammer, that kind of thing. If they're very smart, and if they've got any bankroll left, they'll have diversified. Comic books will become a minor line. Especially Marvel and DC will become a minor line in their business, and they will expand it. They will push more towards marketing towards gamers, computer gamers, tabletop gamers, and other geek-centric hobbies. They'll start bringing in way more anime, and they'll start maybe they'll start renting those tables by the hour. It's one thing I'd suggest. If they're going to make the space for it. Newspaper comics. Okay, newspapers have been dying for decades. Because again, the newspaper industry is run by leftist morons. First of all, nobody reads the paper anymore for the news. It's a great place to go if you want to find out what happened yesterday. And you want to be lied to about it. And you only want to get a limited bit of information. The old-fashioned newspaper is just they're going to have to radically change how they do business, same as everybody else, or they're going to perish. And one of the things that the newspapers have done that was stupid is that for decades they have been shrinking the comic page, the comic strip page. It used to be that the comic strips were full-sized. And took up, at least a couple of pages of the newspaper. And Sunday comics, they were huge, and and came, some of them they came in almost a booklet of their own, along with the newspaper, and people went for those. In fact, that was where the comic book industry got its start. Most of the characters that we associate with the early comics started out in the comic strip page. And then somebody got the brilliant idea of, cutting old comic strip pages apart, sticking them together, and running off copies as an anthology, and selling them as magazines on their own. That's where the first comics came from. But the newspaper industry has been shrinking. They're almost, they're thumb-sized almost these days. And the sad thing is that picture the comic strip page as a parking lot. Now I'm talking as somebody who early on tried to get into syndicated comic strips, and I had about as much luck as you can expect. Now. What you have there is a parking lot with about, depending upon the newspaper, 10 to 20 slots. Okay, that's average, 10 to 15 slots. And the thing of it is the people that have parked there, once they have parked there, they never leave. Let me put it this way. The comic strip Blondie. Blondie with Dagwood, who eats the giant sandwiches and runs into the mailman every morning. Ha, 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 ha. That comic is almost 90 years old. When Blondie first started, Dagwood's wife, Blondie, was the main character. And the comic strip was originally about Dagwood. Dagwood was the son. This was back in the Roaring '20s. Dagwood was the son of a wealthy businessman. Upper crusts. Mink stoles and tuxedos kind of people. And Blondie was a flapper. Look it up if you don't know what that is. And Blondie Blondie and Dagwood fell in love, and the entire comic strip was about Blondie and Dagwood thwarting his parents so they could be together. That was the original premise. These two young lovers, from opposite sides of the tracks, trying to get together, and sneaking out together under the noses of his stuffy upper crust parents, that kind of thing. And then, eventually, the big dramatic moment,
Blondie and Dagwood proposes to Blondie, and they get married. And Dagwood gets thrown out of the family. His family disowns him, and so he ends up having to take a job as an office worker. And that's set he's a terrible office worker, and he works for Mr. Bumstead, and that was the setup. That's the current model, But now, after all these years, Blondie now has a little business, runs a catering business with her best friend on the side. And their children have grown up and moved out and so on and so forth. But Blondie has been on the comic strip pages for nearly 90 years. They have gone through 3 artists with her. Do you understand what I'm saying? The original guy who created Blondie and Dagwood died of old age. They got another artist to take his place. He did Blondie and Dagwood until he died of old age. They are now on their 3rd artist. Now, are you starting to see the problem with trying to get any flexibility into the comic strips in the newspapers? I mean, Peanuts. Charlie Brown, Charles Schulz drew that comic until literally a few weeks before he died. He retired. He finally wrote his last comic, and that was so I can't begin to describe to you how stunning it was. I read this final comic, and it was and I open up the newspaper, and I look down to Charlie Brown and Snoopy and Peanuts, and I look at, and it's a farewell note from Charles Schulz. And I was so stunned, and not I don't know how a few days later he died. He passed away. And they are doing reruns of his comic strip. They are literally rerunning the entire archive of Charlie Brown, of Peanuts, rather than bring in something new. The syndicates, the King Feature Syndicate, the syndicates are just as they're horrible. They're corporations that have staked a claim in the comic book page, and they will go down, gnashing their teeth through each other's necks, rather than give it up or change anything. The newspapers are where ideas go to die. You see, a lot of these industries, we assume that they're immortal monoliths. They're not. But they're not going to disappear either. Consider this. Candles. At one time, candles were the illumination industry. Do you understand what I'm saying? Every home illuminated them, lit up their house with candles. Every church, every office building, every government building, you had your oil lanterns, but candles were the go-to. It was the standard, and it was the industry. And then Thomas Edison and his gang of monkeys invent the electric light bulb. It wasn't so much that they invented an electric light bulb. They made a version of electric illumination that was cheap, affordable, and mass-producible. But anyway, the introduction of the light bulb spelled the end of the candle industry. And yet, you will note, you can still buy candles.
What's more, we have specialty candle shops in nearly every shopping mall and stores and shopping center in America. They went from being a basic staple, a vital staple, to being a niche product. Much like printed books are becoming. It's everybody talks. Nobody reads books anymore. Everybody's illiterate. No, everybody's perfectly literate. They just read stuff on the computer rather than having to buy a 5 pounds of paper. But people still make books. It's just that books are going to become more of a niche item. It's something that a certain segment of the population wants, largely for vanity purposes. Or for emergency utility purposes. You see, we also have we have candles for everything from scented candles to highly fancy decorated candles, but we also have basic candles for emergency lighting. We still have those. We just don't rely on them day to day. And we've reached a point where we don't rely on books day to day for our information. We have it all on the cell phone. And even without the cell phone, we have our home computer. We have our Kindles and dozens of other things. This is a still fragile point. We'll eventually reach a point where the technology will become so reliable as to be inseparable from the background of our lives. But we're almost there. But as soon as the boomers stop choking on their own hubris. Remember when we were kids in school? You won't be carrying a calendar. You won't be carrying a calculator with you everywhere. Lady, I'll be carrying a phone. I'll be carrying a calculator, a phone, a camera, a video camera, a computer, and a GPS system, just for starters, in my hip pocket. Quite frankly, most of the things I'm talking about, we should have, most of the changes I'm talking about should have been instituted decades ago. But they haven't because of inertia. People are lazy. And there are certain, the vast majority of people, are just going with the flow. There's a handful of people who hate change. Change bad. Change bad. Mongo no like. And you have to work hard, to get them to give up their old Fred Flintstone way of doing things. Have I ever heard of the Hungarian comic called Jusica? I'll have to look it up here. Let's see. Give me a second. Oh, I've seen a few of those, yeah. I wonder if the artist is still alive. Let me see here. Know your meme. Let's see. Yeah, they've even got a website, Jusica Daily. In short, is a comic about a sexy character. A female character, sexy female character. Often yeah, made fun of sexism, etc., etc. Yeah, I've seen a few of these, and yeah. A few of these. I wonder how you pronounce it. Jessica. Basically from the Betty Boop era. I'm trying to see if I'm trying to see if the author or the artist of is still alive. Jessica, I bet you that I bet you this is a Hungarian spelling of the word of the name Jessica. You know, call me a dummy, but just a possibility. Okay, sorry about that. For some reason, it keeps my OBS 2.5 keeps disconnecting. She's a cutie, I'll give you that. I've seen, she's supposed to be so so saucy and salacious, and I'm like, these are fairly mild, all things considered. Okay, let's see. It was drawn in the middle of the 20th century, so it doesn't say where. Year 1959. Yeah, the author's probably passed on long ago. Back in the 1950s, back in the 1960s, she would have been something of a controversial character. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, beg your pardon. Okay. Well, all right then. I'm just switching it over here, trying to get friggin'. What's it doing? There we go. Okay, we've been at this. Wow, this is a long-running show. It's 6 hours, almost 5 hours and 43 minutes, 44, 45 seconds, 46, 47, 48. Okay, this has gone on long enough, I think. I've got to stop. I've got to stop. I just don't know how mentally stable I'm going to be by the time this is over. But okay. That's it for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Crap. I started this at like 11, and it is now quarter till 5 in the morning. I really need to shower. It's stinky. But, okay. I will see you all next time. Hopefully I will manage to maintain some energy and keep things rolling. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for being my friends. Thank you all for supporting me. Thank you all for watching and listening and reading and what do you call somebody who just looks at art? You read a book. What do you do with art? You look at it. Perusing. I don't know. Thank you again. If you feel like tossing something in the hat, it would be appreciated, as always. I have a PayPal on my homepage, www.rhjr.com. Just hit the little PayPal button and drop something in. But other than that, thank you all. I also have commissions that I would, I don't know when I'll ever get to them all. But, I do take commissions because I like money. So thank you all, and good morning. Good night.